please come up. Don't be shy. So good morning, everyone. So welcome to Mumbai and to the second meeting of the G20 Working Group on Disaster Risk Reduction. I am Kamal Kishore. Most of you know me. I am member and secretary in charge at the National Disaster Management Authority of the Government of India, and I chair the working group on disaster risk reduction. This is the second meeting. In the first meeting, we had discussed the 5 priorities that the working group will discuss and deliberate on over the next few months. And one of the priorities was focusing on national financing framework for disaster risk reduction. We had a very helpful, useful paper from UNDRR on integrated national financing frameworks. We heard from colleagues from several G20 members, including India, about our experience on managing finances for disaster risk reduction, how to structure finance to meet the whole spectrum of disaster risk reduction needs. And the earlier idea was that in the second meeting, we will focus on issues related to insurance, but it became very clear in the first meeting that financing issues cut across all aspects of disaster risk reduction. Hence, it was agreed that we will do a full day discussing different aspects of disaster risk reduction financing. So I'll just give you a quick structure of the day. Broadly, the day is divided in 4 parts. The first part, we will have a framing session for about 45 minutes to an hour. And then we have 3 segments in which we will discuss different aspects of disaster risk reduction. National financing frameworks, how different countries are dealing with it, how countries are putting aside money for risk reduction, what is some of the experience in terms of mitigation funding, and so on. And then we will have a third segment where we will talk about insurance. And then finally, we will have a fourth sub-theme where we will talk about social protection for disaster risk reduction. So we are very grateful for a whole range of partners who have come together to put together this event. The first framing session is jointly done by UNDRR, ADB, and NDMA. The second bit is jointly curated by UNDRR and UNDP. The third segment is curated by UNICEF. And we have the insurance bit, which is curated by Insure Resilience Global Partnership and Center for Disaster Protection in London. So with that, I would now like to invite SRSG. We are very fortunate that she's joined us for this meeting right after a very hectic week in New York, where we discussed the progress on Sendai framework. We are at the midpoint of Sendai framework. Financing issues were a central concern that were discussed in New York. And we would very much like to hear from SRSG Madam Mami Mizutori about what are some of the takeaways from New York and how G20 could put its energy, its imagination, its resources, its initiative together to address some of these issues. SRSG, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kamal. Good morning. It's a very shiny, beautiful room, isn't it? I heard that all the rich people in this city get married here. So it's very auspicious, I think. In particular, after this very successful high-level meeting of the midterm review of the Sendai framework, which was held in New York, convened by the President of the General Assembly. I know that many people in this room were also there, so I thank all of you who were there, but also those who weren't, because this was an all of society endeavor to come together to understand what we have been able to achieve during these past 7 years, 7.5 years from 2015, what are the challenges, and what are the recommendations. Indeed, a very powerful political declaration was negotiated by the member states and was adopted by consensus, which I believe showed the enthusiasm of member states, but also non-state stakeholders to come up with a document that everybody could own. And there were quite a few very, very important recommendations, but focusing on what we are going to discuss today at this side event around financing, one key conclusion that emerged is that not only do we need to do more financing for disaster risk reduction, but that disaster risk reduction must be integrated into everything that we finance. I would truly say that this was probably the most salient, the most impactful recommendation finding that came out. Of course, everything is important in disaster risk reduction if we really want to be more preventive, but of course financing comes front and center for all things. And this was also captured in what is called a game changer recommendation at the closing segment by the President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Korosi. He called on countries to establish a facility for de-risking investments in the financial system, a very, very concrete recommendation. And he mentioned that this would be able to mobilize much needed financing for disaster risk reduction. Now, this game changer recommendation builds on a number of calls to action integrated in the political declaration. And truly, all of these would benefit from the support of the G20. So I would like to summarize 4 of these calls and would like to share with you how we believe that the G20, this very important, powerful grouping of member states, could support the implementation of these 4 issues. So first of all, currently, as we all know, only a very negligible share of ODA is devoted to disaster risk reduction. I think the percentage is roughly 96% of ODA related to disaster risk reduction goes after the disaster has done its job of destroying everything, and only 4% goes into prevention. So the declaration calls on all development partners to incorporate DRR across their assistance program, including the transfer of relevant technology. And I believe that here, G20 can be a leading voice in calling from the shift of development finance from response to prevention. And one opportunity to trigger this is the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. The second recommendation or call for action is for countries to develop financing strategies that mainstream disaster risk reduction into their public budgeting and expenditure. Again, the G20 can make a significant contribution here, including by advising their ministries of finance to implement the UN guidance note on designing integrated national financing frameworks, which will support national disaster risk reduction priorities. Third is a call on central banks and regulatory authorities to incentivize investments in risk reduction and ensure that the financial sector accurately price disaster risk in all of their transactions. This could include several things: embedding disaster risk reduction in credit and lending decisions, lowering risk capital requirements for insurers investing in risk prevention and reduction, or reviewing reporting obligations of financial institutions to better disclose how they manage risk. and the G20 is definitely ideally positioned to play a leadership role in all these areas. Fourth, it called for the development of innovative instruments and tools to finance disaster risk reduction. This can include blended finance instruments, resilience bonds, and impact investing funds. And to enable this work, we need to develop market standards and incentives that support this type of innovative investment. The G20's advocacy can accelerate these efforts and scale up capital market investments for DRR. So I would like to close by thanking the Government of India for its wonderful leadership on disaster risk reduction as president of the G20. You have created a solid foundation for this working group. We all look forward to these 3 days and, of course, the third meeting in Chennai. And this is really a great momentum that following the midterm review high-level meeting, we are now celebrating the second meeting of the DRR Working Group of the G20. So thank you very much to all of you who have traveled from far and away, and we look forward to hearing from all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, SRSG. Very encouraging messages emerging from the midterm review. 4 very concrete recommendations: increase the DRR share in ODA, mainstream disaster risk reduction financing, better pricing of risk in investments, and mobilizing capital market investment in disaster risk reduction. In preparation for this side event, we had circulated a chapeau paper, which was prepared by the Asian Development Bank, which frames the whole range of financing of disaster risk reduction issues. Based on that, we would like to have an opening panel discussion. But before we have the panel discussion, I would like to invite Dr. Charlie Benson to present that paper. And at the same time, perhaps in the interest of time, I could ask the panelists to come and take the stage. Dr. Krishna Vats from NDMA, Mr. Omi Kenji from the Japan Economic Research Institute, from USA FEMA, Ms. Lindsay Wallace, and from Indonesia, Dr. Engineer Udrek, and Australia, Ms. Alexandra Nichols. So maybe you can take the stage, and Charlie, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kamal, and good morning to you all. So I understand there is a green button with which I can control my slides. So hopefully, I'm normally slightly technologically channeled, and these are way too near me. But hopefully we'll be okay. And welcome to the panelists. Good morning. Okay, so I'll begin. So I want to just begin actually with a word of caution regarding the term disaster risk financing. Some people use this term to refer to financing for all aspects of disaster risk management, so for disaster risk reduction, for preparedness, and for post-disaster purposes. More typically, the term is used with reference to the post-disaster context only, both for risk retention and for risk transfer instruments. And some people go a stage further again and use this term disaster risk financing, in fact, purely to mean insurance. This distinction is important because discussions that are intended sometimes to focus on the full range of financing needs can end up sometimes focusing purely on insurance, in the process sometimes giving the impression that insurance is an all-encompassing solution. It's the only thing that we need, and that's absolutely not the case. Okay, thank you. So financing relating to disaster risk, in fact, has two basic goals as shown on this slide here. First, to ensure sufficient levels of investment in disaster risk reduction and preparedness relative to the scale and the nature of risks faced, the expected social and economic returns, and the reasonable roles and responsibilities of every single entity from government through to individual households, particularly responsibilities regarding human life. The second goal is then to financially manage the remaining or the residual risk, recognizing that we cannot entirely eliminate risk. So ensuring timely and adequate financing for relief, for early recovery and reconstruction, and also spreading costs of those needs over time. The latter, the financial management of residual risk, requires a risk-layered approach. This approach breaks risk down according to the frequency or probability of occurrence of different types of hazard at varying levels of intensity, the associated levels of loss, and then identifies the most suitable financing instruments for each of those layers. And I think we'll come back to this afternoon. In practice, though, as everyone's well aware, anecdotal evidence indicates a very significant financing gap across the board. There's a continuing trend of rising disaster damage and loss, pointing to underinvestment in disaster risk reduction and preparedness, international appeals for humanitarian relief following major disasters often fail to meet their targets, and there's significantly drawn-out recovery and reconstruction efforts, pointing, at least in part, to further financing shortfalls. In addition, as we've already heard, there's a very significant imbalance of expenditure on disaster risk reduction and preparedness relative to post-disaster needs, not least because spending on risk reduction and preparedness is not often regarded as immediately pressing. There are more immediately pressing needs that governments and development partners feel a need to address. And we've heard already about the imbalance in ODA figures. Government figures, if widely available, would likely show similar significant imbalance. So as such, we need to increase investments in disaster risk reduction and preparedness, as well as to ensure adequate financing for post-disaster purposes. In practice, there are a number of challenges, including, of course, that budget resources are tight across the board. We cannot get away from that fact. There are limited opportunities for income-generating bankable investments in resilience. So to some extent, limited opportunities for private investment. We need to face up to that. There are shortcomings in the budgetary processes themselves, and there are inadequate enabling environments. So actions that can be taken to address these challenges, these financing challenges, fall into three basic categories. So the direct enhancement of the resources, supportive budgetary processes, and strengthened enabling environments. I've just got this slide and one more left, and I haven't got time to run through each and every action limited. Please do look at the accompanying paper for further information. But there are 5 key points in particular that I'd like to highlight from each of these slides. So first, this slide, which focuses on financing for disaster risk reduction and preparedness. Here, I want to first of all highlight the need for dedicated funding for these purposes, perhaps even legislated annual budget allocations, as are indeed already in place in some countries. Over the past 20 or 30 years, the foremost approach has been to absorb disaster resilient costs within broader investment allocations, and we've just heard that this will be a continuing priority, and that is really important. It's certainly based on sound logic. But in the face of huge public investment needs, we need to complement that with dedicated financing as well if we're really going to turn the corner and make significant progress in tackling disaster risk. Second, I want to stress the importance of separate lines of funding for disaster risk reduction and post-disaster response. If the two are combined, then there's a natural tendency to limit expenditure on disaster risk reduction, just in case there's a disaster just around the corner. Third, the quantification and disclosure of disaster risk is key, complemented with costed disaster risk reduction and preparedness plans. having a robust plan in place is really important, but we also need to know how much is it actually going to cost to achieve them. Often those plans are not costed. Fourth, we need to strengthen, as we've already heard, the policy and budget linkages, applying common technical language and facilitating the monitoring of progress against key disaster risk reduction programs, in part through budget allocation and expenditure data. And then fifth, we need to build much greater evidence on the economic case for investments in resilience, including sector-specific information. That evidence remains very, very incomplete. So turning now to key actions around financing for relief, early recovery and reconstruction. First, again, I want to stress the importance of assessing risk and contingent liabilities and undertaking related fiscal and financial stress testing. Second, I want to emphasize the importance of risk retention as well as risk transfer instruments. In particular, some countries experience disasters every single year. I live, for instance, in the Philippines, where alone some 8 to 9 tropical cyclones make landfall every single year. In such cases, annual budgets should cover that minimum level of expenditure on humanitarian relief and early recovery that we know will be incurred every single year. It would be extremely costly, if at all possible, to even begin considering covering those costs through insurance. Third, fast-tracked budgetary processes are essential. There's no point having funding rapidly available after a disaster if standard budget allocation and procurement processes apply, and it then takes months and months to use that funding. Some governments, for instance, have advanced contracts in place to rapidly procure building supplies, relief materials. Fourth, we need to track post-disaster spending. It's surprisingly difficult to determine retrospectively how much has actually been spent. Yet this data is vital in improving financial arrangements and in making the case for more investment in disaster risk reduction. And finally, a big final point, we need to tackle the many demand and supply factors limiting improvements in the financial management of residual risk, including around insurance legislation and around financial literacy. And we need to embrace related opportunities for enhancement, not least presented by recent advances in fintech and in disaster risk modeling and forecasting. So thank you for that, and I will now join the panelists. So we're now going to move on to a panel session. We have 25 minutes, I think, for this, and unfortunately, therefore, not very much time. I think all the panelists have been informed. You only have 4 minutes to get through your very important points. We are simplifying by having the same question for everyone, a very big question, though, which I think each of them could probably take several hours, if not days, to respond to. But hopefully we will manage to get through this in reasonable time, and I'm sure it will be very interesting. So I think, Krishna, perhaps we could begin with you. So the question to be posed to all the panelists is quite simply, how can G20 countries ensure that they and other countries have sufficient financing for disaster risk reduction, for preparedness, and for post-disaster needs? And in the very limited time you have left, if you can squeeze in an illustration with a brief example from your own country experience, whether that's domestically or in your international aid program, please could you also share that? Krishna.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you very much. I will speak about the national system of disaster risk financing and how it has evolved and how it has tried to address various needs of disaster management in recent years. This system of financing has evolved over a period of 70 years since independence. And in India, this system is presided by a constitutional body, which is known as the Finance Commission. It's constituted every 5 years, and it makes recommendations for a cycle of 5 years. So the latest Finance Commission was the 15th one, and it made allocations based on the area, population, and risks that each state has, or each state is exposed to. So we have two levels or two tiers of allocations, one at the state level and one at the central level. The central level allocation is essentially meant to support and supplement the state's needs for resources. We also have legislated on this issue, and now we have a statutory National Disaster Response Fund and National Disaster Mitigation Fund at the national level. Similarly, we have a State Disaster Response Fund and a State Disaster Mitigation Fund at the state level. Over a period of time, we have developed a system through which the states ask for resources whenever they are faced with disaster situations, and based on certain assessments, the center allocates resources. This has been a system largely limited to the relief and humanitarian assistance, but of late there has been a major change. The National Disaster Response Fund as well as the State Disaster Response Fund gets 80% of the total allocation, and the National Disaster Mitigation Fund and the State Disaster Mitigation Fund, they receive the remaining 20%. So the first time we have a dedicated mitigation fund for spending on risk reduction and mitigation, and that's a huge paradigmatic change. We also have set up 3 windows within the National Disaster Response Fund and a State Disaster Response Fund. These 3 windows are one for the response and relief, which gets 40% of the resources, recovery and reconstruction, which gets 30% of the resources, and preparedness and capacity building, which gets 10% of the resources. So as a result, we have altogether 4 windows catering to all the disaster management functions. So for the first time, we have a very balanced and deliberate allocation for all the functions of disaster management. And this has happened in 2020 onwards, and I think this is a huge, huge breakthrough. All the states have got adequate resources for different disaster management functions and not just relief. And today the biggest challenge all the states as well as the government of India faces is how to utilize these resources for supporting various disaster management functions. So in addition, the Finance Commission has also made earmarked allocation for some of the most important risks that the country is facing. For example, we have got earmarked funds for earthquakes and landslides. Urban floods has become a serious problem. Coastal and river erosion has become a serious problem. So for all these hazards, the Finance Commission has made earmarked allocations. So, and if you look at the kind of increase that the disaster management, disaster risk financing has registered, it's a 220% increase over the previous cycle. So for the first time, we are in a very good situation where we have adequate resources, where we have very balanced distribution of resources across the disaster management functions, and where we have a very proportionate allocation of resources between the center and the states. So it has a very, conceptually it's a great structure. The challenge is now before us, how we operationalize it, how we utilize these resources, and how we really invest in risk reduction in the remaining years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Krishna. As you say, a long history of evolution and a very, very important recent paradigm shift towards much greater emphasis on risk reduction, and now that challenge in how to actually put all of that funding to work. Thank you.
Yes.
Perhaps we could now turn to Mr. Omi Kenji from the Japan Economic Research Institute with that same question regarding ensuring sufficient financing for disaster risk reduction, preparedness, and response. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Benson. It's my great pleasure and honor to be here. And my answer, based on Japanese experience, is simple. My answer would be to promote such finance that incentivizes risk reduction before disaster occurs. Because disaster loss, economic loss from natural disasters is increasing year by year, as everyone knows. And on the other hand, the absorption capacity of reinsurance market is finite. So even if a risk transfer tool remain very important, but still we will need additional efforts to strengthen risk reduction. So one example from Japan. The one example from Japan is the DRR incentivizing loan. The name is the BCM rated loan, the Business Continuity Management rated loan, administered by the Development Bank of Japan, DBJ. And I myself belong to the group of DBJ. And under the program, the bank will evaluate and rate the company's borrowers' ability in terms of disaster preparedness and business continuity management. And a good company who obtained good rating and sufficient rating will be eligible for preferential rate of loan. And so many companies are using this type of loan because not only because of the low interest loan, but also to raise their reputation and corporate value. So far, for the last 15 years since its inception, more than 400 cases of loans, and the amount is more than $4 billion in total for the last 15 years. It is quite a lot. So it's so many that loan is involving many important industries, including critical infrastructure industries with externalities. So it's very important tool of financing. Since several Japanese financial institutions have already started the similar loan in Japan after the success of the BCM rated loan. So my answer today is very simple: to proliferate this type of DRR incentivizing loan to the world and make the worldwide movement towards strengthening risk reduction, rather than simply discussing the increasing the volume of the finance. So my answer today is to going strongly towards incentivizing risk reduction by borrowing the power of the finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omi. Japan, of course, has taken huge strides over many decades to build its resilience, and it's great to hear how efforts are now extending to the private sector to encourage business continuity. And of course, that's important not only for Japan, for other countries through connectivity via supply chains and so on. So thank you. Perhaps we could now turn to Lindsay Wallace from FEMA in the USA, and of course the same question to you regarding financing for risk reduction, preparedness and response. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be with you all today. A couple things. So when I first found out I was going to be coming to talk about DRF, DRF means something very specific in the US. That is the Disaster Relief Fund. And that is how for the last several decades the United States has operated in the response and recover mindset. So I'm thrilled to be here to talk about the other type of DRF, the disaster risk financing. One of the things that I think is most important, at least from the US perspective is that over the last several years, we've started to see a significant shift in support, both politically and financially, for resilient efforts. And this is a broader approach to not only including insurance, but grants, revolving loan funds, that type of thing. I'll talk about our approach to grants, revolving loan funds, and insurance later today, but one of the examples that I'd like to highlight, especially on the insurance front, is involving the National Flood Insurance Program that the U.S. has had in place for about 55 years. It is a private-public partnership that we had instituted back in 1968 that was designed to be a land use program that sold flood insurance. It wasn't the reverse. It wasn't a flood insurance program. It was a land use program designed to sell flood insurance. And it had subsequent additional elements to that to include risk mapping for flood, as well as grants to help with the mitigation of flood risk. And for the last 20 years, we've been battling a significant debt to the flood insurance fund due to some catastrophic hurricanes even prior to Katrina back in 2004. And so we've been operating in a space that is untenable for the fund itself. Recently, we've brought to Congress our legislative proposal that lists about 17 proposals that require statutory authority for us to help further the transformation of the National Flood Insurance Program. The principles of this legislative package are covered by 4 different principles. Number 1, we want more people to be covered by insurance within the U.S. Number 2, we want to transform risk communication for flood so that our folks know more clearly what their flood risk is. The 3rd principle is to strengthen floodplain management within the U.S. and address repetitive loss properties. And 4th, we're looking to develop a sound financial framework that allows us the balance of affordability in conjunction with fiscal soundness. So really quickly, I just want to go over those elements of the sound financial framework that we're proposing to Congress to help consider the longevity in developing an enduring national flood insurance program. Our key components of our strategy include setting an expectation that the NFIP has the financial capacity to manage events up to the 1 in 20 occurrence exceedance loss level. Number 2, we're asking for the elimination of interest on the current and future debt, which is something I'll get into later today, which is actually quite staggering. Number 3, we're looking to eliminate the reserve fund ratio and some other surcharges that are in place. We're asking Congress, 4th, to direct annual equalization payments for the premium discounts that have been instituted through statute. 5th, we're looking to allow the ability to transfer funds between the National Flood Insurance Fund and the Reserve Fund, which is something that has caused us challenges. 6th, we're looking to cancel the existing debt, which I had mentioned previously is about $20 billion. And then finally, we're looking to recalibrate the borrowing authority to be consistent with the program's financial capabilities for repayment. So I want to thank you again for letting me talk a little bit about this, and I'm happy to answer any questions later on.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. As you say, the National Flood Insurance Program is a very old program, one of the oldest in the world, and I'm sure there's a lot of lessons to be learned from that public-private partnership as other countries perhaps embark on setting up similar programs. So we look forward to hearing much more about that during the day. Thank you. I'd now like to turn, if I may, to you, Dr. Udrek. You're obviously from BNPB. For those of you who don't know, that's the Indonesian National Disaster Risk Management Office. So yes. Again, the same question for you on financing for risk reduction, preparedness, and yes, post-disaster response. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So I'm from Indonesia. So based on our experience, so Indonesia has launched disaster risk financing and insurance in 2018. And after that, followed by issuing the national regulation. In 2021, we launched what we call is disaster pooling fund. So it is, I think, one of the important issues that right now Indonesia try to aim. So the aim of this mechanism is to build and strengthen the country's financial capacity and prevent fiscal burden toward to the state budget as the main resource to cover the cost of disaster. Because as all of you may probably know that Indonesia is one of the most disaster-prone countries in the world, so we understand that we cannot rely on the single resources mechanism for building financially sustainable and poses a risk to a budget allocated for the prior sectors such as education and health. And so we have several considerations. I put 3 considerations in this speech. So the first is we need to have a better understanding of disaster risk and impacts. In every year, Indonesia has economic losses about approximately 1.5 billion US dollar. So over the years, we learned that disaster impact could be prevented or at least reduced by investing in risk reduction. And all of us also have an experience about the pandemic COVID, that the pandemic COVID has shown us the catastrophic impact of systemic and cascading risks. It became a wake-up call for us to understand and address the multi-layer characteristic of risk, and we need to act accordingly. So the second is the recognizing the critical role of effective risk governance through developing overarching policy collaborative effort to capacity building. As a central government-led country, it is important to have a national policy on DRR as an overarching framework for central and local entities to take an action. So it is including the mainstreaming of DRR in the National Development Plan, the National Plan for DM, the minimum service standard that right now may be one of the important role in Indonesia, and specifically for disaster finance, we have the President Decree on Disaster Pooling Fund. So we are trying to establish this disaster pooling fund right now. So we also working with the different level of stakeholders, including the international organization. And the third one, the last one, is explore the innovative financing to prepare fiscal burden on the state budget and hinder national development progress. The disaster pooling fund serves as a central mechanism that will help ensure an effective and transparent flow of money to relevant entities. The DPF operates on the principle of risk pooling when multiple participants, including the central government, local government, state-owned enterprise, and etc., to pool together. So maybe it is also our proposal, maybe if we have such kind of a pooling fund, maybe regional pooling fund for a disaster. And the DPF facilitates the transfer of disaster risk from participating entities to the fund. By pooling risk together, the financial burden of disaster is distributed among the participants, reducing the impact of individual losses and ensuring financial stability during times of crisis. And at last, so we propose for sustainable development, so we need the sustainable resilience for sustainable development, especially in financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for outlining some of those very important measures that Indonesia is taking, both in terms of putting funding tools in place and also that enabling environment, including around risk reduction. And of course, Indonesia is also one of the first countries to have a comprehensive disaster risk financing strategy in place. That's been in place since, I think, around 2018. So another important part of your architecture. Finally, but by no means least, I'd like to invite Alexandra Nichols from the Australian National Emergency Management is that an agency or authority? Apologies, I'm not quite sure what that A stands for. Same question, of course, for you on financing for risk reduction, preparedness and response. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an agency for anyone who's interested. So great to see you all here. I think this is a really important topic, and I'm glad that we're tackling it at such a global level as well. Australian government, of course, has been impacted. Well, I guess Australia has been really badly impacted by a number of really large-scale disasters in the last 4 years. That really started with the bushfires that affected a large proportion of our country back in 2019-20, and were followed on by a number of huge floods in the last few years. That's time, but I might continue, sorry. These really large-scale disasters have made us need to rethink how we finance disaster risk reduction and disaster recovery in general. So what we're doing against, and of course with the backdrop of climate change, this is only expected to get worse, so there's a lot of work that we need to do. Our National Disaster Risk Reduction Framework, which is modelled off the Sendai framework, of course, has one of the key priorities around financing disaster risk reduction, and it expects better public funding, but also looking at those other mechanisms with private financing as well. A number of things have been taking place in the last few years. Most notably last year, our government announced the new Disaster Ready Fund. It's another DRF, but the Disaster Ready Fund, which is an annual funding of up to 200 million from the Commonwealth. It's matched by states and territories, of course, and that is specifically for mitigation and risk reduction efforts, whether that's systemic risk reduction in communities or whether it's more around the infrastructure issues as well. We've been looking at doing some other direct investment from government, which is around our disaster recovery funding, and looking at how we can explore betterment and risk reduction through our recovery funding as well. For example, we've done quite a lot of investment in a resilient homes program, which is looking at that Build Back Better principle of communities that were flooded last year. And thirdly, I'd just like to touch on some of the work that we've been doing with the private sector. We've been doing a really interesting pilot program with the private sector, with a bank and an insurance company called the Resilience, now I'm going to mess this up, Resilient Investment Vehicle. And we've also been doing quite a lot of work with the insurance sector, setting up a hazards insurance partnership, which is partnership with government and insurance, to try and bring that kind of downward pressure on insurance prices, but also make it more affordable and available for communities who otherwise don't have access to insurance. Later this year, we've got a national action plan that will be released. This, of course, is going to be looking at how we can incentivise disaster risk financing, but also at how we can make that all risk-informed decisions as well, and how we can incentivise risk assessments where the Australian government doesn't necessarily have jurisdiction across the whole country. Of course, we're a federated state, like a lot of countries who are up on stage with me today. And I'd just like to make one further point, which is about our international work as well. Australia's very interested in making sure that our region is also disaster resilient and adapts to climate change. So we ensure that we're working mostly with our Pacific neighbours in order to really promote that disaster risk financing. We're providing technical assistance through the World Bank and also supporting a disaster risk financing roadmap for the Pacific, which is reporting then through their finance ministers. I think that I'd just like to echo a lot of what the other fellow panellists have been saying. There's a lot that we need to do. I think that working with the private sector as well to really unlock that funding is a key learning that I'd like to hear from the rest of the group in our sessions today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And of course, there's a useful reminder here that governments are often spurred into action following a major disaster. Australia is clearly doing really well, keeping that momentum going. So that's really great. I'd like, as we've heard by the many bells, I think we do need to wrap up already, unfortunately. So I'd really like to thank the panellists, to you all, for your really useful contributions. There's clearly a lot going on in various countries. It's all really positive, and I certainly look forward to hearing more from everybody of further examples through the day. I'll now hand back to Kamal. Kamal. Perhaps you could give the panel a round of... Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlie and colleagues on the panel. This was a really rich discussion. In less than an hour, a lot of ground was covered. The 4 things that SRSG touched upon were echoed in some way or the other during the discussion as well. You know, the increased share of disaster risk reduction in ODA, mainstreaming, risk disclosures, incentivizing private sector to come in. There are 5 things that, in addition, which emerged, which I would like to extract from this discussion, which can inform our discussions later today. The first thing is that, of course, we need more money. Money is never enough, but there is a serious issue of how do you operationalize these funds and use them effectively. So operationalizing it, having the right capacities, I think that's a really important issue. Just by having more money, we will not be able to address all of these challenges. We heard that from India. We heard that from Australia in the context of Build Back Better, or you use the term betterment after disaster. So I think that's one clear takeaway, that issue of how do we operationalize and what is the kind of capacity. The second point which came out very clearly and very insightful points from the US, and we'll hear more about it, is that there are clear lessons from how the public-private partnerships work. You talked about the debt burden on the flood insurance program. So how do we, what is a good model of public-private partnership, which is, I mean, to promote public-private partnership as, you know, a principle is one thing, and to do it in an effective way that it sustains is quite another. And there are lots of lessons, particularly from the US, that we can learn from. The third point which came up, and this is something which came up very clearly from the US and Australia, was that the whole notion of risk communication. You talked about not just coverage, but you know, how do we make sure that communities know their risk, and they you know, the US specifically mentioned floodplain management. So to do floodplain management, you need to know what is the risk in the floodplains. We had the same point coming from Australia as well. So I think that's really important. It is particularly a challenge in federal structures. You know, I mean that resonates because we have a similar challenge. How do you encourage the states, local entities to assess risk and make it available? I think that's the third takeaway. The fourth is the points that we heard from Indonesia and others as well, the disaster ready fund, disaster pooling fund. So I think the time has come to establish these mechanisms, but how do you operationalize it? How do you capitalize these funds? I think that is a really important one. And my final point is what Charlie made in her second last slide, that we cannot rest easy when it comes to preparing robust evidence for the benefits of investing in risk reduction. I think that is a continuous process. You know, we, at the rhetorical level, we use this, you know, $1 invested benefits 4 or 7, depending on which source. But I think it has to be much more granular than that. So I think that investment really needs to be made. So I think very rich discussion. I think we can really take this agenda forward and have a very sophisticated approach to financing disaster risk reduction emerging from these discussions. With that, the opening session is closed. We are running way behind schedule. We are running behind by half an hour. So I would request you to bring your coffee back in, and then we go into the next session. I would like to at least cover up 15 minutes of the half an hour that we're running behind schedule. Thank you very much, and let's have coffee and come back soon, and we start in 10 minutes. Thank you.
मुद्दत में वो फिर ताज़ा मुलाकात का आलम, मुद्दत में वो फिर ताज़ा मुलाकात का आलम, खामोश अदाओं में वो जज्बात का आलम, अल्लाह रे वो शिद्दत जज्बात का आलम, कुछ कह के हो भूली हुई हर बात का आलम।
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. I am given strict instructions to try and get us back on track. And so, even though the room is not yet full, I think by reconvening us, then those who are outside having what is a hefty coffee break, I thought it was breakfast, will hopefully, dispense with that and rejoin us. My name is Ronald Jackson. I am from UNDP, Head of Disaster Risk Reduction, Recovery and Resilience Building, and I'm truly pleased to convene this particular sub-theme session with our colleagues from UNDRR. I was just reflecting a little bit with my own colleague from UNDP that this is perhaps the first time that I am sitting at an event where we're discussing disaster risk financing in its entirety. Not a conversation on insurance, but on the comprehensive approaches to tackling the issue of financing. And for that, I want to really commend the India G20 group and all of the colleagues who are working collaboratively with them to really address this particular issue. So you would have heard one of the 4 priorities of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction calls for investing in disaster risk reduction for building resilience. And you heard from the SRSG the main outcomes from the political declaration that seeks to speak to enhancing this particular area, and I won't enunciate them. I think Kamal also went through them in detail. So this session really then seeks to build upon what we would have heard in the scene-setting paper or presentation that was led by Charlie Benson and her panel. And we'll be looking at the position paper, particularly developed by UNDRR and DESA, fleshing that out a little bit, going a little bit deeper and leveraging integrated national financing frameworks for disaster risk reduction. So we're hoping with our panel speakers over the next 2 to 3 segments, you will get a better appreciation for the challenges, the opportunities that exist in financing disaster risk reduction, the pathways many of the member states or countries would have taken to be able to deliver this. Hopefully they will touch on issues where countries have faced significant debt. We heard from the US speaker some thoughts on how they're trying to navigate debt related to a series of events that have depleted their funds. So as the G20 looks to really advocate, not just among G20 countries, but even broader, I think this issue of navigating the throes of high debt to be able to provide sustainable financing for DRR is of great importance. So I'm pleased to invite our panel of speakers, and first, Ms. Lindsay Wallace, who is the Senior Advisor, Federal Insurance Directorate of FEMA. You heard from her earlier. She will rejoin us to really bring a little bit more than what you would have heard from her earlier on her early scene setting presentation. Please, Lindsay, join us. We also have Dr. Udrek, the Director of Disaster Risk Evaluation and Mapping. Doc, are you here? Yes, please join us on stage. We also have, I see here, a presentation by the Government of India. I'm not sure who that is. Is that you, Krishna? Yes. Please join us on stage. And so, in the interest of time, while Krishna comes to join us, and I'm making sure that I save as much time as possible, the panelists will consider 2 key questions as they seek to give us their reflections on these issues. One, which is what are salient features and lessons learned And two, how can these frameworks be strengthened further? So they're looking at national level disaster risk reduction financing frameworks, and they are going to be answering the key question: what are the salient features and lessons that they've learned in their own context, and how can these frameworks be strengthened further? With that, and before I go to our first speaker, just to advise you, on your table there is a sheet of paper with a QR code. You can scan it, and you'll be able to send your questions in as you listen to the speakers. These are going to be curated, and I will be drawing from the questions that will come in from you, the delegates, and then pose them back to our panelists, and hopefully we can have, quite an insightful exchange over the 40 minutes that we have available to us. So my first speaker, Lindsay, I'm going to invite you perhaps to really give us your perspectives on those two questions.
Great, thank you. Thanks again for allowing me to speak, and I hope you don't get bored of me. But I am very excited to talk to you all today a little bit more about our grant programs that we have offered through FEMA and for our states, locals, tribes, and territories. So a couple of things that I wanted to talk through first. I did have a slide deck. I didn't know if I could cue that, and if not, that's okay too. Wonderful, thank you. And if we could go to the next slide. I wanted to give you all an overview of some of the different resilience programs that we have in place, both pre and post disaster, so that you can have a better understanding of the types of efforts that we've been working through at FEMA for the past 30 plus years. The first ones that I'm going to go through are the disaster cycle grant programs that we have identified. The first one being through our public assistance program. Our public assistance program actually comes out post-disaster, and it is for states, locals, tribes, and territories to help recover on their public assistance costs and disaster-incurred costs. One of the neat features about this PA 406 mitigation program is that it does allow for mitigation to be incorporated into that recovery work. And so we do have an opportunity post-disaster, states, locals, tribes, and territories can rebuild more resiliently post-disaster. We've also incorporated into that the most up-to-date building codes that states, locals, tribes, and territories can build to, and those are eligible costs for that program. Those are some new features that we've added within the last, I would say, 6 years, since 2018. But that is a program that doesn't necessarily get as much attention, but I think the codes and standards part of it is something that is becoming a much greater effort post-disasters, so that we're building more resiliently and building back better. The second program post-disaster we offer is a hazard mitigation grant program. This is a grant program for SLTTs for state, local, tribes, and territories to look at implementing long-term hazard mitigation post-disaster. Historically, this has been the largest funding for our state, local, tribes, and territories. However, as we're here today talking, it is the most inefficient in terms of trying to eliminate some of the disaster risk before an event happens. And so while HMGP is available and widely used post-disaster when a disaster is declared, we are really trying to get the states and tribes, territories, and local governments to become more pre-disaster focused. And then finally, our last disaster grant program we do have is for hazard mitigation grant program post-fire. This is a relatively new program that we've been implementing, especially after the last significant wildfire years. And this is really a grant program we're looking to reduce wildfire impacts, especially for burn areas, and that is contingent on a disaster declaration. Moving on to our annual grant programs, this is where I get excited. This in working hazard mitigation at the local, state, and federal levels for the last 20 years, this is the area we've been advocating for and really trying to push for greater funding and greater acknowledgement that it's out there. This annual cycle grant program, the first one is the Flood Mitigation Assistance Program. This one is actually built through the National Flood Insurance Program. This is what I had alluded to a little earlier, but this is really an opportunity for us to try and break the risk of repetitive flood loss to damages in buildings insured within the National Flood Insurance Program. The second pre-disaster program we have, and this is new, and this is what's exciting for us, is the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Grant. Back in 2018, we received statutory authority for the program and subsequent funding. We had a pre-disaster mitigation program, and you'll see that as the third program on the slide, but the prior pre-disaster mitigation program was available, but only appropriated on an ad hoc basis. And so states, locals, tribes, and territories found it incredibly unpredictable as to how they design their projects and applications. And so BRIC was established to have a more predictable funding stream so that states, tribes, territories, and local governments could actually step into design projects on an annual basis. And it has, again, it's been incredibly popular with our applicants, historically oversubscribed by 4 times every single time that it is released. And so that BRIC has been a significant part of the portfolio, and I think one of the more important features of BRIC is that we have a direct technical assistance program for SLTTs, for those state, tribes, territories, and local governments to help design applications and think through that. I'll get a little more into that with the capability and capacity building, but the last program I do want to feature quickly is the Safeguarding Tomorrow Revolving Loan Fund program. This program was just authorized back with our bipartisan infrastructure law bill back in 2021. And this revolving loan fund is our first attempt at establishing capitalization loans for our states and tribes and territories to develop their own funds so that they can so that they can start to implement where they have gaps. One of the most exciting parts of this, and I went to a conference 2 weeks ago where we presented on this new revolving loan fund, and our stakeholders, our SLTT stakeholders, are very excited with the opportunity to use this capitalization fund for local cost share, because that is typically a huge challenge for many communities as they develop grant applications and programs. So there is going to be this opportunity with this revolving loan fund to use that as the local cost share. Next slide, please. I wanted just to go over some of the program strengths and then talk about some of the challenges that we have as well. I think as a former state person, I managed a mitigation program for the state of Wisconsin for about 7 years. And when you look at each of these 6 programs on top of the programs available through the different departments and agencies within the US government, it becomes a little bit of a puzzle exercise in terms of what works for the community that you're helping, what needs they have, what programs fit those needs. And so when kind of going through all of these programs, one of the things I would think about for our flood mitigation assistance program is it has a very favorable cost share. That is something that states and locals really appreciate. We have usually we offer 90 to 100% funding for repetitively flood properties under the NFIP. When we look at BRICS, some of the program strengths is the fact of what I've mentioned earlier, this direct technical assistance effort that is something very new for FEMA that we are undertaking, and that we're also looking to fund through larger grants, those large multi-beneficial co-benefit projects that have systematic impacts to resilience in a community. And then this pre-disaster mitigation program I've talked about before, the good part is it happens prior to disasters, but again, it hasn't always been predictable in terms of funding stream. Next slide, please. And then looking at our program strengths post-disaster, HMGP provides significant funding for states, territories, and tribes. And one thing that is nice about HMGP is that it isn't necessarily a block grant, but the states, tribes, and territories are able to implement their priorities at a local level, what they've designed within their hazard mitigation plans, what the locals have designed within their mitigation plans, and so that is one of the features that I think states really appreciate about HMGP. And then HMGP post-fire in and of itself is a huge benefit to states because this is just a brand new funding stream that they haven't been able to tap prior to 2018. And then finally, the public assistance mitigation. I think one of the things we talked about even at breakfast this morning is how do we start to use programs that typically aren't considered resilience in its entirety to get some of those co-benefits out of them. And I think PA is one of those in terms of it's historically only been in the recovery space, but we've pushed hard on the resilient side to make sure that we're incorporating those most recent disaster-resistant codes, standards, and opportunities to really build resilience into a program that hasn't historically seen that. Now finally, the last thing in recognizing the time, I just wanted to talk through some of the challenges that we've faced as a portfolio of these programs. The capacity and capability building of our states, tribes, territories, and locals is something we're very cognizant of. COVID, I think probably everyone can attest to this, COVID definitely tapped all of our emergency management officials at every level of our government, and we are seeing significant burnout with our partners, and we are attempting to try and make sure that not only between the burnout, but the low capacity communities that we do have, we want to make sure that we are working to help them think through what can be some of those generationally transforming mitigation projects. And then the last slide I do have, and this is one of the examples where we knew we had a challenge in terms of the speed in which we distribute these funds. And we've tried to design a program where we're addressing the speed in which we're distributing those funds through the Swift Current initiative for flood mitigation assistance. We know there's this window of opportunity that comes out post-disaster where folks do not want to necessarily remain where they are, whether through managed retreat or otherwise. So we want to try and get these funds that are available through FMA to our policyholders in a quick format. And so we designed FMA, a Swift Current, to do that. Again, continuously improving the process. It wasn't as quick as we had hoped for, but we have identified areas in which we can continually try to innovate in that. The last note I'd like to flag is this concept and challenge we've had with shared responsibility between the federal, state, and local levels in terms of designing projects and designing the work. As I had mentioned, I had worked at a subnational with the state of Wisconsin for 7 years, and I had to work very closely with my local governments to make some of these projects happen. We relocated an entire community out of the floodplain, and that took significant work and advice and counsel with the local government to make that happen. And I think having that shared responsibility, not only from the federal perspective in providing the capability and capacity building, but making sure that the states are stepping in to help those low capacity communities realize what their new normal can look like. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. I'm sure you're going to get some very interesting questions based on the cases you've provided there. If not, I have a few. Our next speaker is Dr. Udrich. Sir, you have 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. So from Indonesia, in the previous session, we have already informed you that Indonesia has launched two things. First is in 2018, actually we have the Disaster Risk Finance and Insurance, DRFI. And after that, later, so we have what we call as a disaster pooling fund that we can see on the slide in 2021. So actually, the Indonesian Integrated National Financial Framework (INDFF) coming later, I mean in 2022 last year. So at least now we have three product and it is supported by the regulation. So I think one that launched by the Ministry of National Development Planning in partnership with UNDP and UNRCO. It is the National Financial Framework for National Financial Framework in 2022, and also it has something to do, of course, how this concept of the general concept can be transformed in reality by our the product that we are preparing, what we call is the pooling fund. So from here we can see that we are trying to do two shifting. First, of course, from the response to preparedness, and the second one is how we can do from the previously. We mostly before DRFI we have a single funding, but after DRFI we have a multi-funding instruments, not depending on the state budget, and in the long term, DPF will be the main instrument for DRFI. So it is have a good relationship with the ENFF. And next, so from here we can see that now by using these three regulation, so we established this supporting by the World Bank. So in this year, based on these three regulation, we try to start the pooling fund for disaster. So the first is establishing the operational of the pooling fund. So we are working right now for this one, and also supporting to Ministry of Finance to build the disbursement channel for resources from the PFB to flow efficiency, effective, and also transparent. It is, of course, very challenging. And number three, the third one is strengthen PFB capacity and system to effectively support risk finance and disaster response. So it is not actually this system not dedicated for one or a specific disaster, but for all, including also for the let's say the health problem. And so from here, we see the opportunity after the issue of ENFF is the first is to address the challenge we are currently facing in the mechanism, and the second is to improve the integration into the broader national financial planning and budgeting process. Of course, because it is very new, yeah, we just starting, so maybe we are looking forward to how everything can work in the future. Next. So it is our roadmap for pooling fund, disaster pooling fund. So it is, as you can see, this, the vision is until 2050. Sorry, it is in Indonesian language. So it is become the main instrument for all of the finance on disaster risk reduction from all of the source that I think in Indonesia has a good capabilities to generate the public-private partnership. Next. I think I still have one slide. Okay, for this one, actually, for the ENFF, actually, there is two challenging for us in Indonesia because, as you know, ENFF has 4 building blocks. That 4 building blocks consist as we focus on the first one because the first one, the building block number 1, actually related to the importance of understanding risk landscape as one of the critical component of build. The problem is the availability of data. Of course, it is very maybe especially when we try to give a finance. Let's say we have some resources as already we got. So to have a profile of the country, profile of the local government, where is we would like to invest, and also what kind of the hazard that we would like to overcome. It is one of the challenging as archipelagic country. So it is one thing that we are trying right now to build a good data and also good system for this building block 1. So of course, the second one is in the building block number 3 about the monitoring and review. So our system should be able to make evaluation how all of the resources of the pooling fund that finance from gather from other various of the source can be used, and it can give us a significant impact to the disaster risk reduction. So it is from me. Oh yeah, sorry, for the last one, how can this framework to strengthen further? So as the Indonesia ENFF has just launched last year, proactive communication needs to be in place between the National Planning Agency and the technical government agency responsible for DRFI and DPF, like the Ministry of Finance, National Disaster Management Authority, and Ministry of Home Affairs. The aim is to share knowledge and create opportunities to include more financial instruments to DRFI according to the ENFF. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Udrek. Now I invite Dr. Vatsa.
Thanks, Ram. So we had 2 presentations just now before I begin my presentation on India. And both the presentations bring out the multiplicity of financial mechanisms. That the national financing is very much moving on from a single funding to a very sophisticated structure that caters to various disaster management functions, that caters to states and counties and districts. So it's an evolving subject which has become quite sophisticated in terms of the structure, functioning, and the accountability that we need to maintain. And I think it's for the first time that we are bringing out the entirety of the national systems of disaster financing, and it's a very, very important thing. And one of the key lessons that we should take from here, and perhaps we need to work on it, what are the core essentials of disaster risk financing at the national level that we must articulate, and perhaps this is something that we impress upon all the countries which are along this route. How do we develop this system and its essentials, its sophisticated structures. So that's the kind of hope and message that we have for this deliberation. So beginning with the presentation, I referred to some of these issues in my earlier comments in the first session, and I'm elaborating upon that. So this is the first layer of the allocation, which is State Disaster Risk Management Fund. And State Disaster Risk Management Fund, states actually are the primary units of, they have the primary responsibility for disaster management, and they have these two important windows, SDRF, which is State Disaster Response Fund, and SDMF, actually that's not written correctly. So SDMF and SDRF, and then within the SDRF we have three windows: response and relief 40%, recovery and reconstruction 30%, and preparedness and capacity building, that is 10%. Next one. This is the higher level at the national level. This is the national allocation, National Disaster Risk Management Fund, NDRMF, and two windows, NDRF and NDMF, and national response and relief, recovery, and preparedness. So this is the kind of, we have a total allocation of $27.6 billion for a period of 5 years, and the government can always increase that. The most important feature of this is that we have allocated $6 billion for the mitigation, and that's a very substantive and innovative area of disaster risk financing. Next. So, and there we have 6 earmarked allocations, one for the expansion and modernization of fire services for the entire country, $625 million. We have provided catalytic assistance to 12 most drought-prone states, $150 million. Managing seismic and landslide risks in 10 hill states, that is $100 million. Reducing the risk of urban flooding in 7 cities, that is about $300 million. Mitigation measures to prevent erosion, $187 million, and resettlement of displaced people affected by erosion, that is $125 million. So these are the important risks which the government recognized that it's worth investing in these areas, and so these resources have been earmarked. Now this was the easier part. This was the easier part. We have the resources, we have the money available with us, and we can spend that. How do we spend that? And that's really the challenge. We need a major institutional shift because we have been working towards disbursement of relief all the while. So at a time, we have the resources, we need a major institutional and technical change, augmentation to support all the interventions. Our district disaster management authorities and state disaster management authorities, they need to be strengthened, they need to become more professional, and we need to have much greater coordination across the district, state, and national levels to utilize these resources. It says something about the sector, that as a sector, disaster management should not be government-centric. It needs to be more open. It needs to work with institutions from other sectors, private sector, academia. Because unless we reach out, unless we collaborate, we will not be able to utilize these resources. So the need for these institutional reforms is never greater than today. Next one. Can we just change this? Yeah. So mitigation programs, again, since we are doing it for the first time, it's a huge opportunity and a huge challenge. We have to have very large-scale interventions across the states. But developing and implementing these programs, they really require a huge amount of work, huge amount of technical collaboration. We have just been developing these some of the largest programs. We are working on forest fires, we are working on lightning. These are the issues where we want to develop national interventions, and all of them have been a big challenge, how to develop them, how to implement them, how to bring the local governments and communities in the process of implementation. And we also need to address these priorities of climate change. So we need to have this interlinkage with the climate action. Very, very important. If we are not able to link mitigation with the climate change adaptation, we would not really be calling ourselves a success. So this is very important, and when we are pursuing mitigation, we cannot leave out insurance. In India, the protection gap is very, very high, but at the same time, we are at a stage of development where insurance is feasible on a larger scale. So we need to have a strong public-private partnership. And we need to have different kinds of insurance. The way you pursue insurance, US, of course, is the leader in the disaster insurance, and we need to learn so much from you. Deaths, agricultural losses, livestock losses, livelihoods losses. We need to have insurance programs catering to different kinds of losses. We need to expand our social insurance. And this cannot happen unless we have a very significant public-private partnership. As Indonesia mentioned, the risk pool is the future. So we need to have more diversified risk pools, which leads to a broader national catastrophe pool. So this is the kind of future trend which we must seize, we must catch up with, otherwise we would be losing out. The next one, and perhaps this is the last one. So what we actually need is that we have to have a national planning and monitoring system through which we monitor all our initiatives. Resource is not really a big constraint today. No state can complain of the lack of resources. What we really need is a more diversified, more capable system which can reach all the affected areas. We need to have better assessments, quicker disbursements, effective targeting, reaching out to the people, helping those who are the most affected, the accountability, transparency. These are some of the most important challenges that we face today. So we are at a crossroads. If we are not able to bring out these changes in our system, we would really be letting ourselves down. So we are very, very conscious of that. So thank you very much. I think it's great that we are having these deliberations, and we definitely need to formulate our messages very carefully that disaster risk financing is not just about insurance and capital markets. It's about developing a national system where so many streams of financing and funding and come together, and disaster risk pooling, as Indonesia presentation brought out, is really the trend of the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to all of our speakers. We have a few questions that have come in from the delegates. For Lindsay, the first question is, how did you estimate what the new normal would be, and how did you communicate this with the communities to encourage them to move? I think you spoke about people who wanted to move. How did you establish that new normal?
Yes, great question. This was actually probably one of the best experience I've had in my professional career, was working with this community. To set the scene, the community that decided to fully relocate was a community in a very rural, very impoverished part of Wisconsin. The median income was about $20,000 US. The average age was about 61. And so the community itself had 2 500-year flood events in 10 months. And working with that community, we ended up bringing in this program through FEMA recovery called the Long-Term Disaster Recovery Effort. It was a group of planners, really, to come in to start helping the community figure out what its best next step was. It wasn't the federal government telling them what to do. It wasn't the state government telling them what to do. It was them helping them lead the discussion about where they saw their future and what kind of future they wanted for their children. And so we did a 2-month long planning effort with that community, having meetings at all times of the day because the mayor worked the night shift. And so we had to be very creative with when we had meetings. And the other constraint with that specific community was that it only had 1.5 full-time employees. They had the mayor, and then the full-time employee was the librarian clerk for that specific. So we had to help them think through what that was going to look like. And so my best advice for folks trying to help communities through that process is making sure that you are supporting their decisions, because in the end, if they aren't excited about what that new normal looks like, it is very difficult to try and do any design or implementation. In the end, we got that entire community out of the floodplain, relocated it up the hill. They still remained there, kept their tax base. We were able to design the new relocated site with bioswales, with solar, and so it became a really energy efficient design. And so to this day, they've had 3 floods since then, and every single one I've received emails. I still talk with a lot of the folks there. They are so thankful they decided to make that move.
Thank you so much. Krishna, for you, of the 27.5 billion US dollars, is there any borrowing?
No, there is no borrowing. Absolutely.
You pointed to 20% on risk reduction versus 80% in response.
Yeah.
Why not more on the risk reduction side of things?
First thing, that it's not, the 80% is not response. It has 3 windows. It also includes recovery and reconstruction, which is very, very important function, and preparedness, 10%. So response, as we understand, is just 40%. And 60% is the other functions of disaster management. Even spending 20% of the resources that are available are going to be a huge, huge challenge. We would be really considered ourselves successful if we are able to spend that meaningfully. Thank you.
And for Dr. Udrek, you spoke on the DRF?
Disaster risk financing.
Yes. How can the new DRF systems account for indirect economic losses accrued from disaster events which have occurred in previous years and also address future needs? Any reflections?
Yeah, I think we learned much, of course, from the COVID. So if you can see that our establishment of this system actually is just before the COVID, and so that's the reason why we also a little bit delay for the building of the system. But from the COVID, so we can see how difficult for us to overcome when the disaster is occur in all of the country. So actually, at the previous, in Indonesia, we have already had what you call is on-call budget. So that's the reason why in the Indonesia, National Disaster Management Authority working together with the Ministry of Health to work together. But as we can see, when we try to do based on the, firstly, our finance just to support how to handle the COVID. But in reality, after some years, some months, we are out of budget if we just think about how to handle, because the livelihood of the people become very difficult. So from learning from this, actually, we try to also to understand about what kind of the budgeting and also financing that we need to make to get the complete system that can handle for everything. Thank you.
So we've received quite a bit of questions, and I'm going to just pose this last one. I know we're running out of time, but I think many people may be wondering, how did you determine, one, the allocations across each of these different program lines? How did you determine what goes into these pots year over year? And in the case of accessing grants, etc., is there all can access, or are there specific criteria for who accesses these pots of funds?
Yeah, so
this is for all of you if you want to speak to this. Yeah?
Thanks for me. Can I explain first? So in Indonesia, something that I informed at the presentation about the building block number 1. So the building block number 1 can give us a good information about the needs of funding, because it gives us a basement or baseline about the characteristic and also problem in every state or every province. And from that condition, we establish what we call as Indonesian Disaster Risk Index. It is as actually as the reference where what country that what province or agencies that need the money. And after that, from this condition, actually everybody can propose, and we have a system to make a selection for the proposal. Thank you.
Just really quickly, so most of our programs are, I'm just looking really quick, most of them are, of the 3 post-disaster, they are calculated on the amount of damages for there's a formula for those. And then the pre-disaster programs, the BRIC is most interesting. We take 6% of what is allocated for disasters every year, put that into a pot, and then that is how we go going out for the future years for pre-disaster mitigation is based on that amount. And FMA, the flood mitigation assistance, that is based on a policyholder, what we see in terms of premium, and we have a formula from that.
Thank you. No, if you don't want to, you don't have to. Especially since I'm hearing the bell. So again, a wonderful round of applause for the colleagues who have really peeled back the layers a little bit so we can understand how they've been doing it throughout the years, the challenges they've experienced, and the ways they've sought to really learn and modernize the programs going forward. We heard, and I don't know if I got this wrong, but we've often talked about incentivizing, using insurance to incentivize risk reduction. And I think, Lindsay, you brought out a very interesting case there in terms of one of the programs, 1 or 2 of the programs, where if you are insured, you are able to tap into some of these additional financing to drive. So I thought that was quite interesting. We heard the importance of M&E to allow for effective delivery of these sophisticated financing processes. We've heard about leveraging core benefits of some of these financing pots to really drive resilience building. And I think that goes to the heart of the Sendai framework. I think it is the 3rd or 4th Pride for Action, which talks about investing in risk reduction for resilience building. We've heard also from the speakers the importance of institutional reforms in order to effectively deliver on these programs. The need for us to really make that type of institutional shift that will see us modernize our systems and leverage the appropriate financing. So thank you very much, colleagues. I really enjoyed listening to you, and unfortunately we don't have enough time because there seem to be lots of questions coming in on my, on my phone to pose to you. I'm going to ask the next set of speakers to get ready. We're going to change over the platform real quick. So thanks. As we say goodbye to this group, we will move swiftly into segment 2, which is looking at financing sectoral interventions and incentivizing private sector. So again, going a little bit further in looking at some of the sectors, and we want to invite on stage Ms. Alexandra Nichols, the Director of Strategic and International Policy, National Emergency Management Agency of Australia. You heard from her earlier, but she will also do a bit of peeling back of the onion around how Australia advances financing on recovery. We also want to invite Mr. Lai Hangzhou Lai, Deputy Director General, the Ministry of Emergency Management, Government of China. Sure, thank you. We also invite on stage Ms. Sama Shrestha, Regional Advisor, Humanitarian and DRR ad interim, Regional Office of Asia Pacific for UN Women. And she will be talking to us a little bit about making sure our financing framework is gender responsive. We will also have Mr. Hiruma Yoshiki, Vice President, Innovating Promotion Office, Business Planning and Coordination Department of the Development Bank of Japan. He's virtual, so you can look to the screen when I hand the floor to him. And Mr. Amit Prothit, Director General, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. And last and certainly not least, Mr. Sean Kidney, co-founder and CEO of Climate Bonds Initiative. He's also going to be virtual. So we have a good blend of speakers from public sector to private sector, but looking sectoral and also into how the private sector seeks to address this issue of incentivizing financing for disaster risk reduction. So our first speaker, Ms. Alexandra Nichols, who will be talking to us a little bit about financing for recovery.
Hi everyone, thank you for having me again, and thank you for the introduction there. So I, being from the public sector, will be able to talk to you mostly about what the public sector does in Australia around disaster recovery funding and how we encourage resilience through that. As we've heard from many of our speakers today, this is a developing, evolving field. So it's not, I wouldn't say that we're at the perfect end state by any means, and that there's still a lot of work to do. In a federated system like Australia, of course, the Australian government only has limited responsibilities or limited ability to influence what happens in the states and territories. We, of course, have states and territories who, like India and many of these other federated states, are responsible for recovery and response, and as well as risk reduction within their jurisdictions. And the Australian government is there to support, enable, coordinate, and bring together and provide resource sharing and financial support when it's beyond the capability of the state governments to cope and the local arrangements to cope. So in relation to recovery assistance, the National Emergency Management Agency administers a number of programs. Those are disaster recovery funding arrangements, our disaster recovery payments, which are to individuals, as well as disaster recovery allowances to support income payments, as well as some more bespoke, tailored response and recovery programs depending on particular events. These are the primary financial mechanisms that we provide our relief and recovery. However, there are a number of programs that will exist in other agencies, in other community sector, in the private sector as well. As I think one of the previous panel members mentioned, it's a bit of a puzzle as to how much funding there is out there and what it is exactly that people can apply for and what's available. So the disaster recovery funding arrangements are our key mechanism. As soon as the disaster occurs, NEMA works really closely with those state and territories to understand the impacts, to assess what types of relief and recovery support are needed, and to ensure that assistance is activated as quickly as possible. Where DRFA assistance is needed, the state and territory will then talk to the Australian government and provide advice about affected locations and the types of assistance that are needed. This is also a cost-sharing arrangement, so the states and territories will be responsible for 50-75% of the costs, or the Australian government will provide the rest. And of course, it comes down to a number of different categories. So personal hardship and distress, there's restoration of essential public assets, as well as concessional loans to small businesses and primary producers, assistance for community recovery, and then our final category is for severe impact events only to alleviate distress or damage in exceptional circumstances. I mentioned that last category, the category D, because it can be tailored to the needs of that particular jurisdiction, and this is where we see a lot of our betterment funding or Build Back Better funding coming in as well. And while not explicitly about private sector investment or engaging the private sector, I do note that there are those funds that are available for small business and for primary producers as well. On betterment as well, I believe that my Coordinator General will be providing a more wholesome, fulsome presentation about this tomorrow afternoon, so I look forward to that as well. We've, of course, one that I mentioned a bit earlier today was the Resilient Homes Funds that were in Queensland and New South Wales in response to the recent flooding events in those jurisdictions last year. These were huge investments from both the Australian and the state governments. It was 741 million Australian dollars in Queensland and 700 million committed in Queensland and 700 million in New South Wales. Those have been both met by the respective governments as well. And this has been, both programs include buybacks, raising homes above flood levels and retrofitting homes with more flood resilient materials. So we've really been focusing there on how we can make communities more resilient in high impact, highly flood prone areas. Of course, there are issues that sometimes come up with the local governments as well that I think were explored quite well in the presentation from FEMA just before. And of course, there are other funds available. I think Australia's at a bit of an interesting point where, because of these huge disasters that we've been experiencing in the last few years and the number of reviews and reports that have been going on, we are at a bit of a point for reflection and for consideration of how we go forward. So these compounding and large-scale disaster events have really changed the way that our funding, how we've been thinking about our funding, and we need to reconsider, because this isn't an endless bucket of money. Of course, you know, it's really going to be beyond the Australian government's capacity to pay. So we know that we need to enhance our coordination, strengthen our shared understanding of disaster risk, of course, and build a recovery system that's fair, equitable, and inclusive. We also really need to reduce vulnerability and exposure to disaster as well. Of course, those are the things that can be more in our control. We've announced two big large-scale reviews that are underway at the moment. One is around our governance arrangements. We all know that governance arrangements are key to reducing disaster risk, but also around our funding arrangements as well. And we've appointed an independent reviewer to look at all of those different funding sources. It commenced just in March 2023 and is due for completion in 2024. This is not just a review of our funding arrangements, but it's also all of those little bits and pieces of funding that you have across the Commonwealth Government or the Australian Government and elsewhere. Because of course there'll be roads building funds, there'll be telecoms funds. There's all kinds of funding out there that might be available and can be leveraged for disaster resilience and recovery. And we're also reviewing those disaster recovery funding arrangements as well, the DRFA, to ensure that it's fit for purpose, appropriately targeted and accessible, it's cost effective, it's nationally consistent so that those issues of equity are addressed, and structured to build resilience into it. From our experience to date, we know that while states and territories are able to access the DRFA Category D arrangements for betterment or for that Build Back Better. They often don't. And so we want to understand why that is. Why is it that people can access the money but aren't doing it? Is it about a lack of understanding? Is it very complex? Is it, we just don't know. It's something that we'll be working on quite a bit. And I guess I'd just like to finish up with a couple of notes about why we're taking this approach. I think it's really important to note that we consistently hear that disaster support needs to be more targeted, equitable and fair. I've made that point several times. We also know that climate change is making this worse, and so we need to act now. And we really want to be incentivizing good decisions by planners, local government, charities, private sector, all the key players in this area. There's a lot of different areas who are involved, and we need to make sure that our system is appropriate to be able to drive better coordination, planning, and broader resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. For our next speakers, I'm getting a signal from Master Control that we have to bring this session in by 12:15. So I'm going to ask you 5 minutes for the other speakers. My apologies if I'm forcing you to shrink a little bit, but for Mr. Hangzhou, on financing for preparedness and early action, talk to us a little bit about how you've gone about this in the context of China.
Thank you, moderator. All delegates. I'm from the Ministry of Emergency Management of China, and honored to have a chance to discuss this issue over here. China is one of the countries which was most severely suffered by natural disaster in the world. Chinese government attached great importance to DRR and was making great efforts to improve national and regional DRR capabilities. We constantly strengthened disaster risk financing. In 2018, the central government decided to implement some major projects in the field of natural disaster prevention and control. So far, governments at one level have invested nearly $100 billion to carry out these plans and projects, including water conservancy enhancement for flood and drought, geologic disaster management, and a systematic strengthening of rural dwelling housing. Especially, China implemented the first nationwide comprehensive natural disaster risk survey. On the basis of this important survey, we carried out disaster risk assessment and rolling work at the national, provincial, prefecture, and county levels. In the field of disaster preparedness, response, and reconstruction, we constantly strengthened the capacity building. In 2020, the central government expanded investment in the field of emergency supply support, especially focusing on disaster relief supply support. Now, we have established the central, provincial, prefecture, county, township, 5-level emergency supply supporting system, especially in some disaster-prone area. Some warehouse at the community level has established. We integrated and improved the national comprehensive fire rescue team and increased the research and development of advanced special rescue equipment and application of technologies. China perfected the post-disaster recovery and reconstruction planning and funding subsidy policy. China strengthened the international exchange and cooperation in the field of DRR. deepen cooperation with the UN system and the multilateral and regional cooperation mechanism. We set up the Belt and Road International Cooperation Mechanism for natural disaster prevention and management and emergency management, supported the developing country to adapt to climate change, as well as enhance disaster prevention and mitigation capabilities, and actively participated in international humanitarian assistance. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much. I will now invite our speaker from UN Women, Ms. Sama Shrestha, to speak to us about the gender-responsive financing frameworks.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity. And I'm Sama from Nepal, and I'm representing here from UN Women Regional Office and Asia Pacific. First of all, what I want to reiterate here is we've convened here today to discuss how we can strengthen DRR. I have 3 words for all of us: invest in women. As we heard repeatedly over the course of last week during the high-level meeting in midterm review as well of Sendai framework in New York, 2023 is the year of course correction. I believe the first working group meeting already outlined how disaster disproportionately impacts different segments of society, and my other speakers has already reiterated the importance of inclusion, importance of leave no one behind, and inclusion of gender in various work that we do, and including financial. As for the financial framework to make it gender responsive, there is, I believe, already a few existing gender responsive financing tools and framework we can actually reference as a good practice, and also there are various good tools to consider. There are gender-responsive budgeting. There is also a tool called PEFA, Supplementary Gender-Responsive Public Financing Framework. There is CABRI, Collaboration Africa Budget Reform Initiatives, which has gender-responsive climate budget approaches, and there are many more. So I want to actually highlight gender-responsive budget. This is a tool applicable in various contexts: development, humanitarian, even DRR. It offers different instruments to integrate gender across full budget cycle, as well as could also be applicable in DRR planning. Using this tool, UN Women has supported improving both quantity and qualities of budget allocation for gender equality. And it has improved system to track allocation in many countries in this region. Also, what is important to, that I want to emphasize here is one of the learning that we had in GRB application is in all these countries is the budget allocation should be consistent with commitment to implementation of plans, and expenditure needs to be tracked effectively to ensure gender impact. Also, there are various incredible innovations in risk financing and risk transfer mechanism, from adaptive social protection to ensure gender depths, moratorium, as well as disaster bonds. So what we need here is, again, looking at gender inclusive disaster risk reduction lens is important. Many countries have already implemented policies that mandates government and agencies to allocate greater percentage of total annual budget to gender programs as well as projects. And also there is example of Indonesia's legal and institutional framework for disaster management which is again emphasizing ensuring equal access, participation, and decision-making power to both women and men in disaster management. As well as there are, again, as I've said, various frameworks like PEFA, as well as CABRI, and where these tools show inclusive policies and mechanisms that are important steps towards transformative DRR. What is critical here is consistent financing resources, as well as ongoing effort to ensure that these frameworks, these financial frameworks are implemented at all levels. And it is committed and mandated by programs, government, and various policies and measures. Another important element that I would like to reiterate here is, again, it is true that most of these tools and frameworks targets integrating gender in public financing mechanism, which is generally led by government. In the meantime, we also know that there exist women's group, there exist women's agencies in the ground who has been actively engaged and contributing to DRR. They are part of DRR, but they are not formally recognized. They are also, they also lack financing opportunities. These financing provisions does not touch upon them much. So in many cases, these new funding, whatever we have actually proposed as gender responsive financing, really needs to put them as center. So some of the key points that I would like to highlight here is all financing framework needs to be considered from gender and inclusive lens, as well as GRB could be the tool that can be integrated in all these financing framework. Some of the mandatory provisions that we can actually look at is having a gender action plan together with it. Also, substantive funding for women's organization networks is critical. This will invest on women's leadership, women's needs and priorities, as well as their capacity in the ground. In many cases, DRR being foreseen as technical, many programs and policies does not really engage women in the discussion, in the capacity building, nowhere. So another is when we look at DRR policies, plans, and strategies, all has to be mainstreamed thoroughly from gender and inclusion lens, as well as these different plans. When you look at the activities, indicators, when you look at these provisions, they are not gender and inclusion focused. They are not targeted. So what is important is really critically looking at those gender focused and gender targeted and financing them. And lastly, use and collection of sex is disability data is so critical. And in many cases, we feel that these are very costly. But we have not also explored that these data is in the community, in the ground, where we need to actually collaborate with various expert organizations as well as community groups to get this data.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next two speakers will really talk to us about the innovative approaches for providing incentives to ex-ante investments in risk reduction and preparedness. Particularly, what are the principles and general requirements for financial instruments to provide such incentives? I will start first online with Mr. Hiruma Yoshiki. The floor is yours, sir. 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I think we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the waiting. Chair, hi, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yoshiki Hiruma from the Blue J Development Bank of Japan. So it's an honor, will be honor to have the opportunity to join in this wonderful session to think about discussion about disaster risk reduction. So we DBJ are member of Ministry of Finance in Japan, and we DBJ have various financial products related to DRR, crisis response, and disaster resilience more. But today, I will focus on DRR solution and DBJ practice. That financial product name is DBJ, DRR, and BCM. BCM means the Business Continuity Management Rated Loan Program, that is. So regarding to this financial product, I want to share and emphasize the three keywords. The first one is a whole of society approach, and the second one is proactive finance is first. And finally, collaboration between finance and the insurance sector. These are three keywords. Okay, let's go. The first, the importance of the whole of society approach. So generally, disaster risk reduction business is responsible public sector matter. However, in many advanced countries, that means G20, our country, public service are shifting toward to private entities with PPP, private partnership, or PFY technology more. Then, unfortunately, many companies forgot to investment in DRR because they loved money in the short term. Additionally, pure private company also loves money. So that is one of the capitalism background. So that's why many stakeholders requested to the enterprise, the private company requested getting the money and scaling their share in global market. That is a fact. That is the truth. So our client, the CEO, recognized the need to investment the DRR and the business continuity, but they cannot invest it the money in the short term. So what I want to say is very simple. The cost of DRR cannot take only by public institution. So then private sector are also joining DRR activities in whole of society. So when we think about the sustainable disaster risk reduction activities as whole society, I believe it is very important to joining private sector coming to the disaster risk reduction and business continuity agenda, I think. That is the first message. And the second one, I want to emphasize the proactive finance first. So we already know OECD report said 95% of risk finance money supplies after disaster to using the crisis response and the recovery purpose. So everyone said, the risk finance agenda for a business is an insurance sector matter. It's right, it's correct, but I think it's wrong, So please imagine the difference of risk management and risk reduction, the word of difference. Quite a difference, I think. So I believe this conference and this meeting is focused on disaster risk reduction, okay? So I also think that insurance and the reinsurance sector are the critical solution to after the disaster, the loss and damage control. This is a very, very important law in the world. Yeah. But this insurance money cannot save the life. This is a fact. So from human security viewpoint and the disaster risk reduction viewpoint and business continuity viewpoint and proactive investment are critically important, I think. Then we DBJ developed DRR related loan program since 2006. So I want to briefly explain. So we DBJ evaluate enterprise disaster risk reduction and business continuity countermeasures and capability from hardware, software, and humanware, and training, and supply chain management, blah, blah. Then we have designed financial incentives. When our client getting the higher ranking, then our interest in the rate is lower. That either means we DBJ supported enterprise disaster risk reduction self-help using financial technologies. So to date, our DBJ track record of the DRR rated loan is already
Yoshiki-san, 1 minute to go.
yen, with 1,500 companies already getting this program. Various industries, including critical infrastructure and manufacturing and retail, healthcare, hospital, more. So for companies of lower ranking, we offer consulting service and engagement service and getting the next opportunity at the higher ranking, BCM ranked, then getting lower interest. This activity is one of the great solutions from financial technologies. And finally, I want to say collaboration with financial sector and the insurance sector is key. I already mentioned earlier the limit of the insurance sector, but it is very one of the great opportunity to collaborate between financial sector and insurance sector, I think. In Japan, we DBJ getting the partner and major insurance sector to link DBJ DRR linked loan, linked insurance service. So that solution means the business sector getting the money. That is one of the win. From the insurance sector is to saving the support money is decreasing. That is a win. From the banking sector, either our client reliability is a high level win. So this win-win-win model is the key is the financial technology. Thank you, actually. Yeah.
Thank you.
In conclusion, so I want to DBJ want to share their practice in globally, especially focused on the G20 maybe. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yoshiki-san. I now want to invite Mr. Amit Proti to also tackle those key questions on incentives and instruments.
Thanks, Ron. So I'm going to be very simple and straightforward on the message. And I think it's not a new message. It's already something we all keep saying, and it keeps coming back up. If we don't have good risk information as a building block, how do you get good public-private partnerships to understand how do you understand risk? And I want to go back to what Lindsay said. In the 1960s, what was the premise of the insurance risk map, right? So at some basic level, the private sector wants predictability, governments want predictability. If you're going to have negotiations, and we know that the private sector is building an incredible amount of infrastructure. So how do we make sure that the infrastructure that is being built is based on sound information? So that's really the premise of my message. And we've done a number of studies right now. We're looking at airports, we're looking at the telecommunications sector, we're looking at the power sector, we're looking at the national infrastructure pipeline at the national level in India. Starting to understand where is risk information sitting, how appropriate, accurate it is, do people understand vulnerabilities, and how does that start to translate into legal documents for public-private partnerships? And there's a huge gap. I think all of this audience recognizes that there is a huge gap. So I will save everybody time to some extent, but my key message really is unless we have very, very strong, robust understanding of risk that is understood both by the public sector and the private sector, we are not going to be able to, Charlie, you mentioned, assess disaster risk at the project conception stage. If you're designing airports, if you're designing railroad systems, if you're designing transportation systems, and the private sector is heavily involved in that, without having risk information that is understood on both sides, how do you make sure you've negotiated and understood what that risk is? And then who's responsible for, holding that risk? Is it the insurance markets? Is it the public sector? What is the private sector's role in that particular discussion? So my key message, Ron, is coming back again and again to better risk information. And I'll give you an example. When we look at earthquake codes today, the private sector is building a lot of infrastructure that meets earthquake codes because we've understood, it's a zone 6, zone 5, zone 4. Private sector is investing and managing that risk. We don't have the same level of information on the climate change side. So we really need to understand better, and we've seen it in Sydney, we've seen it around the world. Risks, particularly climate risks, are changing very frequently, quickly. So we do need to have a better understanding of the changing vulnerability of risk, particularly related to climate change information. We've done a study in the state of Odisha for the power sector, looking at transmission system in the power sector in Odisha, which is prone to cyclones. And in that case, we've been able to show that risk profile is not the same across the region. That allows us for investing more efficiently because you've understood vulnerability along the coast is different than vulnerability 100 kilometers inwards, etc. And then your solutions that you're asking the private sector to build is more targeted based on that vulnerability. So again, using better risk information, better understanding of vulnerability to be more efficient with the resources that we have or don't have. I'm saving you time. It's literally, we do need to invest heavily in understanding risk and vulnerabilities and everything that goes around it, including building capacity, including updating codes and standards, including getting the private sector to be involved in a discussion to understand that risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amit. Very, very, as you said, simple, direct, straight, and recognizing that we can't reach the goal of investing for resilience if we do not have, good risk information as a basis for negotiating and pricing risk. Let me now turn to our last speaker, who is coming to us online, Mr. Sean Kidney, who will be talking about investment in climate resilience through the capital markets. Another very important source of financing that is often perhaps undertapped. Over to you, Sean.
Sure, thanks for the introduction. Look, I'm speaking because on the mitigation side of climate change, we've already had some success. You know the challenge in the mitigation side. We've got about $9.2 trillion a year, according to one study of McKinsey's, to invest per annum on steps that reduce forward risk, if you like, forward risk of catastrophe as a result of emissions in the atmosphere. The IPCC's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change says we need to reduce emissions by 55% by 2030, which is an extraordinary cut. In that sector, we managed to grow a significant investor appetite for investments that address mitigation on the basis of two things. On the basis that there are climate impacts coming through, and they need to invest to avoid those issues coming through, and the fact that the governments are beginning to act. The Biden Climate Summit 2 years ago, which saw most Western countries, most countries in the world commit to strong 2050 targets, but especially OECD countries commit to 2030 targets, led to a belief amongst investors that the future has been decided. It will be green, it will be low carbon, resilient. There's a question now of how to stay ahead of that tsunami of change coming through the global economy. How do you prepare? How do you pick winners and losers? Will I be knocked over in the rush? All of these things start becoming issues of great concern on the part of investors. And when I sort of talk to investors, I'm primarily talking about institutional investors that have a long-term assets and liabilities matching problem. They've got to pay pensions, your pensions in 30 years' time. And as a result, they have a peculiarly acute concern about longer-term risk and also about the effect of the overall environment, because these are large investors whose future will be determined by the success of the society as much as individual stock-picking activities. The green bonds and social and sustainable bonds market is a proof of concept that if we give to investors investments that address risks and seize opportunities, they will invest. That this market is currently about $4 trillion outstanding globally. It's the fastest growing asset class on the planet, despite bond markets, which are by far the largest asset class on the planet, reducing slightly last year in the context of distressed debt problems. The share of bonds going to green and social has continued to increase. This is, by the way, not just a developed country phenomenon. The largest green bond market last year was China. We've seen India, the Indian government, issue a sovereign green bond a couple of months ago, equivalent of $1 billion in rupee, which was extraordinarily successful, attracting a lower interest rate than normal for Indian sovereign bonds. The story is repeated around the world. With investors concerned about climate, there is, of course, now a particular concern around risk mitigation in the context of the impacts of climate change. Now, let's be clear. At Sharm el-Sheikh, the COP last year, the science told us that we have lost the fight against climate change. We are now going to see 1.5 degrees Celsius warming sometime around 2027 or 2028. And it will continue to warm. The G20's statement in November last year, the global target that we need to be working towards is 1.5 degrees maximum warming, is not that we're going to stop 1.5, it's that we need to stabilise temperatures back down to 1.5. This will require a lot of direct air capture, reforestation, changes to soil practices, and so on. The point of this is that we can now assume that baked in to our global climate are increasingly severe impacts of climate change. What we saw last year in Sichuan and Pakistan is nothing compared to what's coming through. We will absolutely see much more increased severe typhoons in East Asia. We will see the failure of the monsoon on an occasional basis, 5 years is what's expected. We will see severe heat as a challenge facing us in tropical countries. And I stress that meteorologists are telling us in the next few years we're going to see extraordinary levels of heat that we need to prepare for. We need to change the thermal insulation of our cities, for example. This is all now, I'm afraid, a certainty. The only question is how severe it's going to get, and that will depend on how successful we are at getting emissions down. But investors want to invest in things that reduce forward risk of default. That means investments where corporations or governments are taking steps to address these risks to mitigate the likelihood of a significant outage as a result of a climate impact. Now, clearly there's a physical risk aspect to this. And one of the things we're doing with UNDRR is starting work on what's called a taxonomy of climate resilience. Some of you will be familiar with the taxonomy movement in Europe, in China, in India, in ASEAN, in South Africa, and in many other countries. Clarity around what needs to be done in the context of these crises has been captured in these forms of guidance, these taxonomies of sustainable finance.
30 seconds, Greg. Sean, sorry, 30 seconds.
At work into climate resilience, physical, but of course, social resilience, economic resilience, biodiversity resilience, all these things need to be fleshed out. Think of this as taking the SDGs, adding a climate filter, and adding granular detail to make it easy for investors to know what to do. And that's the opportunity we have, and our view is we will see $1 trillion, $1 trillion US market quite quickly in this area of investments that demonstrably and specifically address risk in line with these emerging global taxonomies. Watch this space with you and DRR.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Colleagues, we're out of time, but I saw that there was one question that came in from our audience, and I will crave the indulgence of the next panel if we are allowed to share this. I think this goes specifically to the colleague from UN Women. How do you propose to strengthen GRB beyond compilation of financial data and be more inclusive of vulnerable women and girls? So that's GRB, gender responsive budgeting, for those who are wondering what GRB means.
Sure. Thank you for that question. Definitely, like when we are talking about gender responsive budgeting, definitely, it also promotes inclusion. It also looks at analysis, greater analysis at the ground. It looks at sex, age, diversity data. It looks at including the percentage of fund allocated to specifically women and diverse groups. So there are various such measures. It looks at really engaging women and vulnerable group in terms of prioritizing their needs and concerns, and really asking them to allocate their priorities, but also requesting key actors, key stakeholders to allocate budget which actually respond to their priorities and needs. So I feel that there are different elements that we can actually look at, and we also can look at, how they have become vulnerable, and we know that disaster and climate change has really also increased the prevention aspects. So how do and GRB is a kind of tool that also allocates resources around protection, resources around their leadership capacity, resources around, again, funding women's group.
Thank you very much. So we're out of time. We heard certainly the importance of mandating some of the instruments. You've heard from China National Recovery Planning and Financing Policy, the use of the Belt and Road Initiative as a means of development cooperation for DRR financing of resilience was one of the examples applied. From UN Women, you heard about gender responsive budgeting and the gender reform in public financial mechanisms. We heard about the importance of predictability and the use of risk information as a very important tool, not only for ensuring that we understand what risk is, but I think on both the public and private sector side, when we're negotiating, particularly for risk financing, risk transfer, but also for the pricing of risk. And of course, last we heard about the importance of picking winners and losers on the journey towards a green and carbon neutral future, and that the appetite is strong in the private sector for investments in green transitions. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists. And I look forward to handing over to the third segment of this particular sub-theme.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, panel members. Where we had Sean Kidney speaking, and thanks Sean for joining us very late in the hours from Washington, D.C. That's a nice segue to the last segment. I'm also standing between you and your lunch, and I've been told to cut short as far as I can this session. So I'll ask my panel members to be as succinct as they can. We'll still try to see if we can take some questions from the audience in itself. I'll just reiterate a few things that the chair of the working group, Kamal, and SRSG mentioned at their opening. We're looking at a call of action, right, to increase investment in risk reduction versus investments or resources going depleted towards response and recovery. We're looking at more actionable integrated financing frameworks. We need to have more and better disclosure and regulatory mechanisms in place that address financing of resilience and more innovative blended financing instruments. So what you heard in the previous panel and the panels before are some of those options in trying to address this. Just a few messages or quotes. I'm just taking a few quotes from the insurance market actors from the high-level meeting in New York last week. The two of those that I picked up. One is we are looking at a future which is going to be uninsurable. Secondly, the probabilistic estimation of losses based on historical evidence is no more the modeling approach. And this is not us saying, this is the insurance market saying, and we need to look at answers of what would be some of the options and answers to that. Now, going beyond that, debts are increasing, and repayment will be a challenge for a lot of countries. It was great to hear from our colleague Krishna Vats mentioning that the 27.5 billion is not a borrowing, but there are many countries, both developed and emerging, which are on a high trend of borrowing in itself, and debt swaps are not going to work out as fast as we can work towards that. Which means a lot of countries are going at change in credit ratings. What used to be a AA rating is now going down towards P, and that means interest rates and premiums are going to increase. Now, integrated national financing frameworks in various ways, as you heard today, are potentially some solutions, but it's more of the matter of how do we get not just the public sector to invest, but also the private sector to invest. So what Sean left with was, can we mobilize $1 trillion to $3 trillion coming in from various asset classes and sovereign funds, or from the market in itself to invest in it? Is resilience taxonomy an answer? And I think Amit and Charlie also mentioned about the public-private partnership angle. So what I have, unfortunately, I had 5 panel members. One of our esteemed panel members, the mayor of Kazan city, unfortunately could not join us anymore. He had to leave for some other businesses. But I'm going to invite my other panel members to join me here on the stage. I'll start with Mr. Marco Cardabasi from the Civil Protection Department of Italy. He will be joined online by Mr. Premanand Budu from the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management of the Government of Mauritius. I also have the pleasure to inviting Ms. Virginia Yapur from representing the Argentine Agency for International Cooperation and Humanitarian Assistance. And last but not the least, Mr. Ben Webster from Risk Informed Early Action Partnership, REAP Secretariat. Hello. Hi, please. All right, thank you. I hope our online speaker is also with us from Mauritius. All right, so you're here, sir. I was told at one point that I was assuming that you were joining us online. Please. Thank you. So we'll start with you, Mr. Marco, from representing the Italian Civil Protection Department. Italy has seen multiple hazards and risks and encountered many, including the earthquakes and other events. Where do you see the engagement of the private sector, and how do you see the public-private partnership in that area?
Yes, thank you. I can answer the two questions together because I believe that our ideas apply both at the national, international level. We think that a robust DRR financing framework requires a comprehensive approach built on shared objectives and reference standards. In our view, it's not only a matter of lack of financial tools, it is also a matter of modifying mindset. The question is, how can we reach out to the colleagues outside to this room? This is the real question for us. Agreeing on the objectives is probably the main challenge we are facing. In the immediate aftermath of the disaster, it is indeed less difficult to get the support of public opinion and adequate funding to implement substantial changes, but this interest often vanishes quickly. We certainly have to use those opportunities to launch a virtuous process, but at the same time we have to change approach. Because on the long term, we want to be effective in DRR. Then, starting from a sound and transparent legal framework and an in-depth risk assessment and analysis, it is crucial to involve all relevant stakeholders to ensure their interests and availability. I'm referring not only to national public institutions, but also to local authorities, private stakeholders, and civil society. All of them should recognize their interests and peculiar characteristics. To allow an effective implementation of this pathway, it is indeed very important to agree on a shared language. This is particularly important at international level. The final objective being a multi-level, multi-year financial plans to cover the different risks according to a shared priority list. The plans should be based on sound technical and scientific risk analysis. It should foresee adequate financial resources and incentives. It should recognize the different disaster risk management phases, and it should be based on a clear attribution of responsibility to ensure transparency and accountability. In this framework, a reinforced private-public partnership in all the different phases of disaster risk management cycle is key. On this respect, I would like to share an example from the Italian experience. In the response and the early recovery phase, a good practice of public-private partnership as a consequence of the 2016 major earthquake that hit central Italy was that private donations were put into a system with the immediate availability of local and regional authorities to build earthquake-proof schools in a short time. Public institutions contributed providing for free land available to build and realizing urbanization works connecting to new structures to public services. The other side, private donations were used to realize the school buildings fully equipped. By this joint collaboration between the Department of Civil Protection and the Ministry of Education, with the involvement of local communities, the smooth start of the upcoming school year to the populations affected by the seismic event was ensured. 15 schools of different levels from kindergarten to high school were built in a mountain area. The entire operation required a few months, reducing time spent in temporary schools and the schools far from their homes. New schools are obviously built as anti-seismic structures, reducing the disaster risk for students. But to allow this program, we had to create a dedicated legal framework. Then we have learned in the field that thanks to the public-private partnership, it is possible to target the financial resources by private foundations and local and regional bodies, and to obtain a high level of efficiency in the management of resources. Everything done taking into consideration the interests of all involved stakeholders. Learning this lesson, we have identified a work stream for the future. Now we have to move toward a more structured involvement of private sector in the other phases of DRR, from prevention to preparedness. This is a pathway that required to be studied and developed with the involvement of financial institutions and relevant stakeholders. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. If I had to summarize, then you were calling for going outside the room, talking with the capital market, ministries of finance, and engaging them in the process, but also looking at a shared language and shared priorities. No, thank you for that. So I'll move to my next speaker, Ms. Virginia Yapur from the government of Argentina. And Virginia, there has been work going on around the Climate Adaptation Fund. Could you please share a bit with us?
Yes, for sure. First of all, good morning. By now, mid of the day, I would like to welcome the work made by the DRR Working Group during the Indian G20 presidency, and also take the opportunity to thank the UN DRR and UNDP for inviting myself on behalf of the Argentine Agency for International Cooperation and Humanitarian Assistance, White Helmets. Considering the time limit, what the moderator asked us, I'm going to the point, which is how we move on with the financial instruments and the developing of a favorable environment for financing the DRR frameworks. I will briefly comment on two initiatives that Argentina has promoted in the Americas region. Of course, the most recent and experience is the Climate Adaptation and Comprehensive Response to Natural Disasters Fund, that is also known as the FACRID CELAC. It was promoted by the Argentine pro tempore presidency of the Community of the Latin America and Caribbean States, known as CELAC, in 2022. The member states agreed at that moment not only to create the fund, but also to have it administered by the Economic Commission for the Latin America and Caribbean, the ECLAC. Argentina and ECLAC drafted and promoted the subscription of a multilateral agreement to regulate the fund. Specifically, it will finance projects that contribute to the emergency preparedness and predictability, such as the training of volunteers for humanitarian missions, the strengthening preventive perspective for adaptation, recovery, and disaster assessment, and the creation or reform of the regulations and procedures for the land use, the resilience infrastructure, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. This fund is made of voluntarily contributions that have no limit and are made by the CELAC members. That contributions entitle the members to be part of the steering committee. The good thing about this is that not only the CELAC members can participate, but the contributions can also be made by international organizations and other countries who will be interested in supporting the regional efforts. Argentina and Mexico by now have already contributed with 1.5 million US each, generating the necessary funds. On the second term, I would like to also highlight another fund that we have presented and is established as a regional financial instrument within the Organization of the American States, and has the aim to promote and devote the disaster prevention within the members. For the past 2 decades, more than 20 projects have been carried out, as well as seminars, workshops, and the exchange of best practices for early warning and community participation on DRR. It is important also to note that in 2017, the OES General Assembly declared the fund as humanitarian, which means that all the funds are ensured that it is entirely devoted to the development of disaster prevention projects and actions. As we have been hearing all along the morning, there is a need to seek for new forms of financing the DRR needs. So we think that we must be creative in finding financial solutions, such as regional initiatives and funds, focusing on attracting the contributions from the major donors and ensuring that the available resources always and fully reach the vulnerable communities. I hope I was brief.
No, thank you. Not only you were brief, but you also left us with two very good examples, which are regional in nature, but also bringing in various actors to contribute to it. So with that, I'll move to our next speaker, Mr. Premananda Budu from the National Disaster Management Agencies of Mauritius. So Budu, if you could talk a bit about the experience of Mauritius in putting in place financing instruments to address your challenges.
Good afternoon to all of you. Since we are way in very lunchtime, I'll start with a strong statement so that you don't ring the bell very quickly for me. So in the World Risk Report in 2021, Mauritius was classified as a country with high risk index and ranked as 51st country with the highest disaster risk. But in year 2022, it is ranked 107th out of 193 countries as most at risk to disasters. This trend depicts that we are progressing in the challenging field of managing disaster risk. So, I will start first. Mauritius has introduced a disaster risk reduction and management institutional structure, including a robust emergency and crisis management mechanism. There is also a national framework for disaster risk reduction, together with a policy, strategic framework, and national action plan aligned with standard framework. Complex and interconnected disaster risk challenges are bringing to light scopes for urgent strategic readjustments in our measures towards resiliency, prevention, early warning system, preparedness, alertness, response, and reconstruction phases. As such, available government fundings and the unflinching support of international donor agencies have enabled us to engage in the following core disaster risk reduction initiatives and activities: landslide management, flood management, accurate forecasting for heavy rainfall and cyclones with a state-of-the-art Doppler radar system, digital interoperability platform, amongst others, a land drainage master plan for better urban planning, a national environment and climate change fund to track investments in disaster risk reduction, flood and landslide management, coastal protection works, implementation of a national multi-hazard emergency alert system, starting with a common alert protocol, CAP aggregator. You are welcoming donor countries' assistance in phase 2 of the system, which will allow geographical sending of emergency message on smartphones through the cell broadcast center technology. Technical support sought under the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI, and Infrastructure for Resilient Island State, IRIS, initiatives to conduct a national risk and resilient assessments for the transportation, power, fiscal sectors, and telecommunication. Financing to reinforce our national capabilities to be better prepared and deal with maritime surveillance, accidents, and spills. Coastal protection works to render our coastal areas safer. Budgetary provisions at national level. Every ministry, government department, and local authority involved in DRM activities are allocating adequate budgetary provision for that purpose within its annual budgetary estimates. The LOTO, which is game fund, the LOTO funds contribute to the financing of projects, streams, and events in relation to community development, education, and health, innovative initiatives, protection of environment, and support the victims of natural calamities. Government grants, the Prime Minister's Relief Fund to different sectors, agricultural, victim assistance, flood and cyclone allowance, provision for evacuation centers, reconstruction of destroyed houses of vulnerable groups. Other major projects which require youth funding by the government, like I said in the beginning, the National Action Plan 2020-2030, which depicts the Mauritius commitment to the standard framework for DRR and the African Union Program of Action for the implementation of a standard framework for DDR 2015-2030 in Africa, the Mauritian Vision 2030, and inter alia the Sustainable Development Goals, the intended national determined contribution, the Paris Agreement, and the 6 accelerated modalities of action with Samoa Pathway. Estimated cost of this is more than $12 million. SGC Business Verification Survey with the private sector for improving multi-hazard decision making by using disaster information service in Mauritius, proposed by Rescue Now, adopted by JICA, in which Japanese private companies conduct feasibility survey under Japan's official development assistance, the ODA, with a view to utilize their products and technologies for the social and economic development in developing countries. As part of the Adaptation Fund project, a dedicated refuge center known as a Katsue Refugee Center, resilient to flooding and coastal inundation, constructed to serve as an emergency escape haven from coastal inundation, storm surges, and other national calamities to demonstrate infrastructure alternatives to minimize flooding risk in the future. We're also planning for flood danger zone maps, plans of high resolution, that is a scale of 1 to 5,000. This project is under construction for funding from the Green Climate Fund. Now, there are other disaster risk transfer mechanisms. There have been a number of proposals made to the country to adopt certain disaster risk transfer mechanisms tools, namely the African Union through the ARC, the government of Japan through SECURE, the World Bank through CAT-DDO. However, these require policy decisions by the Ministry of Finance. As a conclusion, I will say that funding and grant from donor countries and the government is an inestimable support in the implementation of DRR measures for a safe country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks. You listed a lot of instruments that Mauritius is currently using in itself, and you also mentioned IRIS, which is one of the new instruments put forward by CDRI to address infrastructure resilience in island states and infrastructure in that. I hope we'll be able to capture all of this in our meeting report. With that, I'll move to you, Ben. When REAP is Risk-Informed Early Action Partnership, you've been looking at early action and using early action as an tool for disaster risk reduction. There was a very interesting report that was written last year by REAP around financing processes within that. Could you elaborate a bit further on that and other areas that you see?
Thanks, Abhilash, and thank you to DRR Working Group colleagues for the invitation to participate. I realize I will get bonged in a moment by the bell, but if you can bear with me, I'll keep this brief, but maybe to start explaining by what REAP is, the Risk-Informed Early Action Partnership, for those not familiar. It was launched in 2019 at the UN Climate Action Summit because there was a recognition that early or anticipatory approaches hold huge potential. But if we are to really scale them up and make them the norm rather than exceptional small pilot projects, we have to work across different silos. So the humanitarian community, the development community, the climate community, across government, civil society, private sector, academia, and therefore the partnership was created to provide a platform where these different stakeholders can engage and identify what do we need to do together to scale up early or anticipatory action. And by that we mean acting in advance of hazards. We have such good early warning systems these days, risk analytics. We don't have to wait for the disasters to strike before we take action. And therefore, a number of G20 countries are already part of the partnership, a number of UN agencies. UNDRR is actually the lead UN agency within the partnership. But we've identified, as Abhilash mentioned, a number of priorities when it comes to financing early action, and we've provided an input paper which I'm happy to expand on tomorrow if required, and that will be available to read through. But maybe 3 recommendations coming out for G20 to consider, because I believe although we've got good momentum behind this agenda at the moment, and we're working closely with the UAE COP28 presidency to identify what would a non-negotiated outcome from COP28 look like to make progress in this area, I feel that the G20 can still demonstrate leadership. So as per Sendai midterm review outcome recommendations from last week, to integrate DRR into existing strategies, frameworks, mechanisms, it's exactly the same for risk-informed early action. We have a tendency to break things down into new silos and initiatives and products and schemes, but we really need to be moving to more comprehensive climate and disaster risk management approaches, and that's where we're working closely with UNDRR to promote CRM, and how do we integrate into these national financing frameworks opportunities to trigger financial mechanisms in advance of the hazards. each context will be individual and unique. You know, what happens in Indonesia or India or Australia or the US will be completely different, but there are lessons that can be learned, and how can we build up that national framework that's contextually relevant to trigger resources in advance of hazards. So number one, comprehensive risk management approaches. Secondly, and related to this, is the need to broaden the ownership on this agenda. So to date, this has really been owned and driven by the humanitarians, so the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement, WFP, OCHA, FAO. They've really labelled this anticipatory humanitarian action, but from a government perspective, early or anticipatory action is just one tool within the toolbox for establishing a risk-informed development pathway. How do we protect the development gains? How do we build resilience for the future? And therefore, how can existing budget lines be adapted so that they can trigger in advance? How can this become part of the DRF strategy in its fullest sense? As Charlie was mentioning this morning, this isn't only about insurance mechanisms. You know, in all aspects of the disaster risk management cycle and related funding, how can we build this in to ensure that we can take action based on the early warning systems? And thirdly, it's not only about the money going in. So understandably, we're focused on financing today, but already we've heard references to the importance of targeting community members. If we're going to have gender-responsive programs and inclusive responsive programs, we have to look at how is the money getting out as well, not only getting into the system. And therefore, you know, there are disaster responders who can take anticipatory action in advance of hazards. But maybe as we segue into the afternoon, we can look at social protection mechanisms as well. What are the systems that already exist that can be adapted or tweaked to be able to trigger in advance of hazards and therefore, you know, reduce risk, mitigate the impact of the disasters that we will see on an increasingly frequent basis going forward. So like I say, there is an input paper that we can elaborate on further, but those are some of the key recommendations coming up.
Thank you, Ben. With the time I have, I can just take very two short questions that have come to me. One is for you, Mr. Marco, but maybe I'll continue with you, Ben. There was a question which came in. What's the difference between early action and anticipatory action?
Well, that's a good question, and we do actually have a glossary that was worked on last year. Because what we're finding is that language is really important, particularly when we're trying to work across these different silos. So anticipatory humanitarian action has really come from those actors that I mentioned, the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement, WFP, FAO, and it's really referring to acute hazards, you know, where you can take action in advance with pre-agreed finance, early action protocols, everything is agreed in advance. But with our financing report last year, it recognized that anticipatory humanitarian action is a tiny, tiny fraction of the overall crisis response windows that end up being used to respond to disasters. And therefore, early action has a broader definition and includes pre-arranged finance, that is agreed ex ante, you know, it's arranged in advance, but it's not only about how it triggers right in advance of the hazard. So early action is slightly broader, but please do read the glossary. We worked with partners to hear why they use different terms, and really it's a phrase book. It's trying to help different stakeholders engage with each other and work out what each other means. We heard this morning that there are different interpretations of disaster risk finance. So I think we still have work to do to understand each other's perspectives and what we mean and what we're talking about, but I hope that that's a role we can play as a partnership, is to help bridge these silos.
Thank you, Ben. So the last remaining question I have is for Mr. Marco. How does Italy ensure transparency and accountability in its public-private partnership models?
as I mentioned before, we made a legal framework, important in each emergency. We improve a legal framework. Rules are important, and we have to build this system of rules to in our action. In each emergency, we had different actors, different situations, and we had to manage these situations with different engaging rules. And but we believe in this important need to create a legal framework adapting it to each emergency, each kind of emergency.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for taking that question. I think I tried to finish we all together tried to finish what we were given in the allocated time. So thank you very much for sticking to the time and joining us here in this panel. The session was titled Way Forward, but there is no way, that would be justice to do a way forward until we have heard the other remaining sessions, the insurance one, the social protection one, because they're all part of the wider gamut of financing. But what we can say is, what you heard in the previous panels, including this, these are diverse processes and experiences of member states and various partners trying to bring together various financing instruments into play. There is no one answer to all of these issues. But I think it's trying to bring or start integrating all of these mechanisms at the national level and maybe at the local level in balancing the equation out. So with that, I'll stop here. A round of applause for the panel member, if you can. And I'll give the floor to Kamal for explaining you the most difficult part of how much he's going to cut down from your lunch now.
Thank you very much, Abhilash, also for covering up some of the time. So thank you very much. I have got 12 takeaways from the discussion we've had since morning, but I'll spare you that. I'll resist the temptation of going over those 12 takeaways. We have a last session there. So we can break for lunch now and reconvene in 35 minutes. We have a hard stop at 4:45 today, so I really hope that we can all work together in catching up. So see you at 1:30 back here with the discussion on insurance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for taking the time.
So we will then unpack some of those instruments in the spirit of Charlie's framing earlier around DRF as covering both risk retention and risk transfer and some of the instruments in that space. And then we'll move on to a panel discussion where we try and draw out a little more detail on what that looks like, both for particular countries implementing on the ground and then also a little bit at the systems and international level. So that's the format. I won't talk any longer. I'll hand over to Lee and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chris. Everyone can hear me okay? I'm well placed by the mics. So I do have a PowerPoint presentation, some slides. So I can start without them. But so first, so my name is Lee Wolfram and I work at the OECD. First, I'd like to thank the Indian G20 presidency and the National Disaster Management Authority for including this important topic on the G20 agenda and creating this working group. And of course, I'd like to thank Insu Resilience and the Center for Disaster Protection for inviting me to provide some introductory remarks and hopefully set the scene for today's discussion. So I work in the Secretariat of the OECD Insurance and Private Pensions Committee, and building financial resilience to disaster risks has, through insurance in particular, has long been an important priority for us. We work mostly on insurance markets and gaps in coverage for households and businesses, although we have also collaborated with other parts of the OECD on the role of insurance markets in supporting public financial resilience, and I will speak to both in my remarks today. So households, businesses, and governments, national and subnational, can take different approaches to addressing the response, recovery, and reconstruction costs that they face in the aftermath of a disaster event. They can access savings, or they can use current income or revenues, which is often referred to as risk retention. For governments, this would often take the form of reserve funds or budget reallocations. They can take out loans, and in the case of companies or governments, they can issue bonds, referred to as risk financing. Or they can transfer risk to insurance and capital markets by acquiring either indemnity or parametric-based insurance, or issuing bonds with a contingency aspect that has the effect of transferring some disaster risk to capital markets. So when it works, insurance can protect households, businesses, and agricultural producers against various types of costs and losses, providing critical funds to repair and rebuild damaged property, replace contents, machinery, equipment, or inventories, and address some of the costs and losses incurred during the recovery phase, such as temporary living expenses or lost income. And I think we'll hear throughout the session about the importance of ensuring that funding is available and ensuring that there are processes in place to properly and appropriately spend that money in terms of supporting economic recovery and supporting livelihoods in the aftermath of these types of events. So some of these coverages are sort of a standard part of insurance, such as property damage. Others are optional additions, such as in the case of business interruption or temporary living expenses. In all cases, whether or not the damage from a flood or earthquake will be covered depends on the scope of perils covered within the specific insurance policy. So not all standard property or fire insurance will provide coverage for damages or losses from floods or earthquakes or different types of disaster perils. And I'll come back to this in a second. However, for many disaster perils, insurance is not really working, or at least it's not providing a broad level of protection against the damages and losses that materialize. So this graph just provides some estimates of the share of overall or economic losses that are uninsured for different types of disaster perils. Some, such as wildfires or storms, are moderately well covered by insurance. Flood and earthquake and cyber-related losses are less so. And as we saw during COVID-19, business disruptions from a pandemic are almost not at all covered by insurance markets. This is particularly the case in lower income regions of the world, where incomes are lower and insurance markets are less well developed. But it's also true in many countries in Europe and North America, where there's mature insurance markets and consumers have higher levels of disposable income. And even, in fact, I was on my way here from Frankfurt, where I was at a conference about an EIOPA and European Central Bank paper where they actually estimate that it's about 75% in Europe, the share of losses that are uninsured. So this illustration aims to simplify the reasons why disasters are not well insured. For insurers on the left-hand side of the picture, right-hand side in your case, disasters are more difficult to cover as the damages and losses are large. Many of their customers are affected at the same time, which is sort of runs counter to the economics of the insurance business model, which is really based on diversification. And there's significant uncertainty in terms of how frequently these risks will occur and what their impact will be, all of which make it difficult to price and all of which lead to higher prices for insurance coverage. For consumers on the left-hand side for you, they may not be aware of the risks that they face, and I think the disaster risk management community knows this very well. They might not know that they're uninsured, for example, if they have only insurance for fire and not for other types of things that could damage their homes or businesses. They may expect that the government will provide assistance, or they may just simply not be able to afford insurance coverage due to other critical needs, all of which lead to a lower willingness to pay for insurance. So when you put these together, this is what ultimately leads, to some extent, to the gap between economic losses and insured losses. So we've done some work on identifying things that might support broader insurance coverage for these types of risk. And so we've identified a number of things that seem to lead to higher availability, improved affordability, and broader take-up of insurance. One is to make sure that insurance for disaster risk is offered by insurance companies, and ensuring that consumers are really forced to think about whether or not they need it, or if they don't need it. So countries where insurance for flood and earthquake must be offered or is automatically included with standard property insurance tend to have much lower levels of losses that are uninsured. I've included a slide, I assume the slides will be circulated to those participating. I've included a slide at the end of my presentation that provides some further details on the advantages and disadvantages of these different approaches to offering insurance. A second area is around making better use of global reinsurance and capital markets to diversify risk and absorb losses, as some countries impose barriers on cross-border risk transfer. So we've done some work that found that countries where international reinsurance markets absorbed higher levels of losses after a significant event, economic recovery tended to be much quicker than in cases where the losses were absorbed by domestic stakeholders, domestic financial system. In many countries, catastrophe risk insurance programs, which are often also called public-private partnerships, have been established to pool disaster risks across the insurance sector, and sometimes with government financial backing. So there's various ways to design these types of programs. They can provide direct insurance to households, they can provide co-insurance or reinsurance to insurers, or simply provide some form of government backstop for severe losses. So these different design features have different impacts on markets and government finances, but overall they seem to lead to higher levels of insurance coverage for some difficult to insure perils like floods and earthquakes. So I've included a link here to a report where we looked at these programs at in OECD countries, and I've also included a slide at the end of my presentation with a quick picture of the programs that exist in G20 countries for natural catastrophe risk. And last but not least is sort of the importance of enabling innovation and the use of new technologies in insurance underwriting, pricing, distribution, and claim settlement. So emerging technologies that allow for increased connectivity, automation, improved analytics, and trusted infrastructure provide new opportunities to reduce the cost of insurance, hopefully to a level where more people will be able to afford it and be willing to pay for it. But also for the design of new types of products or the expansion of these types of products, such as parametric insurance and microinsurance. So as those in this audience know well, governments also face significant response, recovery, and reconstruction costs in the aftermath of disasters when their own assets are damaged or disrupted, as well as when households and businesses do not have the financial capacity to recover without government support. And there tends to be a link between the level of losses that are uninsured and sort of the pressure on government to respond in providing financial support to those affected. This graph just provides a quick illustration and categorization of the different types of costs that the governments face. As I noted earlier, governments can take various risk retention, risk financing, and risk transfer approaches to funding these costs. These different approaches have different implications in terms of cost and also in terms of speed of access, which is, of course, critically important in responding to the impacts of disasters. I should say that this diagram is illustrative. It's not necessarily relevant across all countries, as the relative cost will differ. Some countries have better access to and cheaper access to bond markets, for example. Some will find that insurance is the most cost-effective solution, and things like changes in interest rates have an impact on these relative costs. So please take this as an illustrative example. Given the theme of the session, I should highlight some of the insurance-based or risk transfer approaches that governments can take and have taken. So we tend to categorize them into two types. Insurance for public assets, which is kind of like insurance for any other type of building or infrastructure, whether it's publicly or privately owned. So that's mostly provided on an indemnity or actual loss basis. And of course, governments have the ability to go to insurance markets to insure a portfolio of their assets, and many actually do this, which should allow them to benefit from lower pricing due to risk diversification. The second category is really insurance for general expenditures, basically risk transfer that provides a source of funding for any general purpose that's not necessarily tied to damage to a specific building or infrastructure or the cost of replacing it. So the most common form of this type of insurance is provided through the regional risk pools like Africa Risk Capacity, CRIF in Caribbean and Central America, PICRIC in the Pacific Islands, and CDRIF in Southeast Asia. And we'll hear some more about that from the panelists. These basically provide quick funding for recovery needs. Some countries have also actually issued catastrophe bonds, and we'll hear more about this as well, which also provide a general source of funds and usually for larger amounts that can be used for reconstruction. So I did include a little bit more detail on these, on some examples of different countries' use of these types of risk transfer mechanisms at the end of my presentation. So just before I end, I should mention that the OECD Insurance and Private Pensions Committee has developed guidance for governments on how to manage the financial impacts of disasters, known as the OECD recommendation on disaster risk financing strategies, at least for now. So based on a report on implementation of this guidance, we're in the process of updating it, and I think a link to a public consultation, unfortunately just closed, was included in the session issue note. So this guidance, while it's developed by the OECD member countries, it's meant to be relevant beyond OECD members, and we hope it can be useful for non-OECD G20 countries as well, who are very welcome to sort of follow and adhere to this guidance, which basically allows for better collaboration, close collaboration, and sharing experience on this challenging policy area. So I will end there. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope this has provided a bit of context for some of the things we'll be discussing in the panel.
Lee, thank you so much. We were almost ready to applaud then, so let's give a round of applause. Thank you. That's great. Thank you. So let's move on now. We have 4 presentations, 3 of which will be online. So we have in order Ruth Lux from Guy Carpenter speaking on behalf of the Insurance Development Forum. We'll dig a little more into those insurance-related mechanisms. We then have Leslie Ndlovu from African Risk Capacity. We'll be talking on risk pools. Then Samati is able to join us in person from the World Bank. We'll be looking at the element of contingent credit options within the bank's portfolio. And finally, Anna Farina from the START Network will be talking about how the humanitarian sector is applying some of these principles and mechanisms. So in that order, if we could have Ruth up first, please, to present on that.
Thanks, Chris. And I'd like to thank the G20 India Presidency and the National Disaster Management Authority for convening this important event. As Chris mentioned, I'm joining today wearing 2 hats, both as representative of the Operating Committee of the Insurance Development Forum, as well as my other hat as Head of Public Sector Solutions at Guy Carpenter. And at Guy Carpenter, we're very engaged in addressing the protection gap by working with governments at all levels to build resilience to catastrophic events. So I'd like to address the role of public-private partnerships and then outline the key lessons learned. And got rather a short amount of time, so I'll try and keep my comments quite concise. Building on what Lee said in his opening remarks, with more people and assets at risk and a growing climate crisis, many catastrophe-exposed regions of the world do remain underinsured. The protection gap has grown to $1.24 trillion, and this is especially pressing in the developing world, with estimates that more than 80% of the world's most food insecure people live in countries prone to natural hazards. So use of risk financing and insurance can help countries and communities become more resilient. And this is where the insurance industry can play a central role, not only to contribute capital, but more importantly, essential skills such as risk modelling to understand price risk, loss assessment as the first step in addressing the impact of catastrophes, and the know-how to build back better and increase resilience. So I believe the most effective way forward to shift our disaster response from reaction to prevention is a collaboration between governments, international organisations, and the insurance industry. The Insurance Development Forum represents this sort of venture at a global scale as a public-private partnership led by the insurance industry and supported by international organisations, specifically the World Bank Group and the UN, to optimise and extend the use of insurance and its related risk management capabilities to build greater resilience and protection for people, for communities, businesses, and public institutions that are vulnerable to disasters and their associated economic shocks. Now, there are a number of lessons learned in the implementation of financial protection instruments for disaster risk, and I'm going to focus today on three in particular. The first is the language of data. So the current supply risk metrics in international development is characterised by a wide variety of formats and systems with no established standards for the easy transfer of data between platforms, models, and systems. The net result is that there's no lasting transfer of risk understanding to decision makers, particularly in parts of the world with the most significant vulnerabilities. And availability of a foundational open source platform and widely accepted data standards will remove the barriers of cost and complexity and also increase choice and transparency. The second point to highlight is around the time to implement and stickiness. So it typically takes a long time for public-private partnership initiatives to develop their full potential. And all parties, especially sovereigns, should look at including such initiatives in long-term planning and policies that can support their durability and enable them to mature to a point where they are fully effective. What's more, DRF can touch policy areas beyond disaster risk management. That can include climate change, agricultural development, economic development, and poverty alleviation. So policy plans for these areas should explicitly consider DRF instruments where they are relevant to ensure the full utilisation of their benefits. And the third topic is around aligning incentives. So it's easy to talk about public-private partnerships, but it's much more difficult to get into the details of aligning incentives, timelines, and delivering results. And given that these institutions and players are not usual bedfellows, it takes some time to build the necessary trust. So there are three recommendations that I'd like to pull out for G20 countries on what could be done to better facilitate PPPs and private sector engagement on DRF. There are already quite a few efforts ongoing to address the protection gap. For example, the G7, G20, V20 Ensure Resilience Global Partnership. They're galvanizing the public sector, international organizations, and the private sector around this agenda with the objective of reaching 500 million people with insurance solutions by 2025. At its core, the objective is to significantly scale up financial protection for poor and vulnerable people and countries, and in a more systematic, coherent, and sustained way, using 3 building blocks. Firstly, strengthening cooperation within the global climate and disaster risk financing and insurance architecture so that we can enable a more systematic approach and coherent channel for developing countries to engage with. Secondly, a global, flexible, and collaborative financing structure to enable a more systematic approach to closing the protection gap and channeling of financial and technical support to vulnerable countries with significant private sector engagement. And this would include increased investment in public-private partnerships, such as the IDS Tripartite Programme, the Ensure Resilience Solutions Fund, and the World Bank's Global Risk Financing Facility, amongst many others. And thirdly, premium financing. Scaling up premium and capital support is necessary in order to address affordability barriers in vulnerable countries and to promote sustained protection in the face of increasing climate risks, as well as to drive innovation. The objective is to secure the endorsement of high-level principles for premium financing and capital support to accelerate the availability of financial protection. So for now, I'll leave it there. Back to you, Chris. Thank you.
Ruth, thank you. That's great. And before we move on to the next speaker, I'll invite all the online participants just to stay online until the end of this session, and we'll give you a thanks at the end of this. So with that, if we could now have Leslie from ARC, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. I apologize for not being able to make it in person, but I still hope that you will be able to hear and appreciate what I have to share with you today. I will cover 4 things in my remarks today. I will share a little bit about who we are at the African Risk Capacity. I will expand on the type of perils that we provide insurance against. I will share with you the opportunities and challenges that we have experienced over the last 10 years, as well as our perspective for the future. And finally, talk about how insurance fits in with the wider disaster risk financing landscape, as well as the risk layering approach. If you are interested in having further conversations around this, I will share my details, and I would really welcome the opportunity to exchange. So about who we are at the African Risk Capacity, or ARC, as we refer to ourselves as. We are a specialized agency of the African Union. This is extremely important to us because we have the sole political mandate to develop disaster risk financing solutions for Africa. We were set up at the request of the African heads of states in 2012. Since inception, we have facilitated insurance coverage of over $1 billion. We have paid out hundreds of millions of dollars in claims, and we have directly assisted or benefited millions of vulnerable communities in Africa in the aftermath of extreme weather events. We are at the moment the #1 rated insurance company for ESG factors globally, and we are rated BBB+ by Fitch, which on the African continent makes us one of the highest rated insurance and reinsurance companies. We currently provide insurance to 30 million Africans per year, and we are scaling this up over the next few years to 700 million Africans, whom we expect their economic activities can be disrupted by extreme weather events. This is particularly important in the context of increasing frequency and severity of natural disasters, and insurance emerges as a natural financing mechanism for bearing the cost of some of these disasters. What do we cover? We have organized our business across two lines. We provide insurance against climate-related risks, so droughts, floods, and tropical cyclones, as well as providing coverage against health-related risks, where we have coverage against outbreaks and epidemics. Our outbreaks and epidemics cover recently won Insurance Transaction of the Year for 2022 because it is truly innovative and groundbreaking. What have we learned in the last 10 years of our existence? We have learned that insurance doesn't exist in isolation. It has to be part of a holistic disaster risk management and financing strategy. It requires political will at the level of countries to take up insurance. And we have spent a great deal of time on capacity building to engage with the countries, to understand their needs, to profile the risk, and to create solutions that meet their needs. We have done this in partnership with humanitarian agencies, and I see my good friend Anna from Stack Network. With the private sector, I see Ruth from Guy Carpenter that we work with in partnership with the World Bank and Sumita. So basically everyone that we have around the table today is for us a key stakeholder and an integral part of the solutions that we are trying to put forward. I think Ruth already made the point around the challenging funding landscape. So we would like insurance to be more accessible, to be more available, and to be more affordable. And this involves progress on three levels. So firstly, it's quite clear that the payment of insurance premiums competes against other priorities. In Africa, we are not flush with cash. So for every dollar that a government spends on insurance, it's a dollar less available for education, for health, for defense, etc. So then we believe that providing some level of subsidies for insurance premiums in the beginning is essential to catalyze the market. Secondly, we've talked about then the high cost of capital in the reinsurance sector, especially given the very large losses that the sector has experienced in the last few years. So then to make insurance more accessible, more affordable, and more available, we need to systematically lower the cost of capital. So at ARC, we've had experience with a blended finance structure where we have some concessional capital at effectively zero cost sitting alongside impact-related capital. The lower cost of capital means then that we're able to provide lower priced insurance programs, which means that more people can participate and the programs are better diversified. And then finally, on the funding side, I think there's room to finance innovation in terms of creating new products, also strengthening data sets, because on the parametric insurance side, we rely on data to be able to accurately model and calibrate the risks and to ensure a speedy and accurate payment of claims, because the real value of parametric insurance is in the speed at which we pay claims. And then maybe just to conclude with some thoughts on how insurance fits in the mosaic of disaster risk financing. Insurance necessarily has to be part of a risk layering strategy where at the national level, there is financing available to deal with the localized events that happen very frequently and have a low severity. Then you have insurance kicking in above a certain attachment point. And for the really large and rare events, then instruments like the catastrophe bonds or the CAT DDO that Sumita will talk about shortly will then fit in. Insurance doesn't exist by itself in isolation. It has to be integrated as part of a much wider strategy. So in the interest of time, I will stop here. And like I said, I'll be delighted to extend the conversation if you have any interest. Thank you so much.
Leslie, thank you. And by the same token, if you are happy to stay online, we'll thank you at the end. I should also just flag links to a lot of the information that people are talking about is attached to our concept note, and we can happily connect anyone with particular speakers after this session. Turning now to Samarthi.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Is everyone awake in the audience? Excellent. Thanks so much. It's a pleasure really to be part of this important event and to be able to speak on the topic of risk finance, which is really central to disaster risk management. Leslie really paved the way very nicely to what I'm going to talk about, because really from the World Bank perspective, when it comes to disaster risk finance, we take a comprehensive view in terms of both the gamut of instruments that countries want to think about when they want to protect their budgets, their people, their businesses, and also the links that need to be made with the operations side, on the preparedness side, and really embedding this conversation within disaster risk management structures. So many of you probably are familiar, but the World Bank has worked in almost 70 countries at this point on understanding what country priorities are when it comes to disaster risk finance, and then working with them on structuring disaster risk finance approaches that would meet those priorities. Over the last 5 years, we've had a flagship program called the Global Risk Finance Facility, which is now transitioning to the Global Shield Financing Facility. And this program currently has country engagements in over 18 countries, which is putting in place instruments that are not just insurance, not just contingency funds, but really adopting this holistic layered approach. And what this program does is it provides the finance that countries need, as well as the technical support and the capacity building that goes hand in hand with the finance that countries need. Colleagues before me talked a little more on the insurance side. So what I'm going to do is give you just a few examples of some of the programs where risk transfer solutions are being paired with contingent finance or other instruments like that in order to cover the layer that's left unprotected when you only target the more severe events. So, and I'm going to structure it in kind of a language that everyone here would understand, which is at the sovereign level, at the real economy business level, and also at more downstream at the community level. At the sovereign level, we've been working with the government of Mozambique. Not sure if I don't think anyone from there is present in this room, but we have a large reform program that the government is putting in place there on disaster risk management, and one of the pillars of that program is on financial preparedness. And here, the World Bank is working with the government to put in place two instruments, a disaster risk management fund, which actually now receives 0.4% of a budget allocation annually. And this is led by a risk transfer instrument, a cyclone insurance product, so that it also flows in, the funds from that instrument, when triggered, will flow through that mechanism as well. At the real economy level, we're working with countries to protect their businesses through the SMEs, through MSMEs. And here we've got programs in Burkina Faso, in Rwanda, where financing is being built in as contingency in their existing partial portfolio credit guarantee schemes. So this then offers quick liquidity to MSMEs when there's a shock, but then this is also protected through risk transfer instruments. At the community level, I won't talk a lot about it, but there's a lot of shock responsive social protection programs that are ongoing, and we'll hear about it in the session that follows. But we're also working with governments on things like macro level risk transfer products, where governments end up being the policyholder, but for communities that are pre-identified, for them, it's like a social protection program. So when funds trigger, they flow directly to the communities. The last thing that I'll talk about in terms of what we're doing is what was alluded to several times already, which is the policy instrument that perhaps most people in this room are familiar with, the CAT DDOs, a very friendly name, as many of you know, Catastrophe Deferred Drawdown Options. And this, for us, is a very unique engagement because it really brings the disaster risk management agenda very close to the disaster risk finance agenda. Anyone who's not familiar with this is basically a contingent line of finance. It can be grant or credit depending on the terms that are negotiated with the country. But what it does is it enables the country to really push forward a disaster risk management reform program, be it on the regulatory side, be it on the operational side, and to have those actions in place before that contingent finance is made available. Some of the there's over 30 CAT DDOs, and I'm not going to go on talking about them. But some good examples are definitely, we've seen very interesting engagements come out in the Philippines through the CAT DDO, which is a series of 4 of these reforms, and also in several countries in Africa, actually, where this instrument really gained a lot of popularity after COVID. I'll actually end now emphasizing really a big thanks to the G20 to have us here, to be able to have this conversation. There's been so much political momentum on disaster risk finance through the G7, through the ASEAN +3, where this is really being front and center. So it's great to have the opportunity to be part of this. Handing it back to Chris now.
Samarthi, thank you. And I'll echo what others have said before me, that a lot of these issues we could spend hours on. They're fascinating. So thank you for keeping it brief and giving a taster of how some of these things work. If we could turn now to Anna Farina at START. Hi, Anna, over to you.
First of all, I would like to thank you, the Indian National Disaster Management Authority, to allow this conversation, which is so relevant these days, to allow better protection for people affected by disasters. What I'm going to do in the next 5 minutes, I will give you an overview about how START Network, which is a membership of more than 80 international, national, and local NGOs worldwide, strongly supports the disaster risk finance system approach from a humanitarian point of view. So at START Network, we work toward a faster, more proactive and locally led humanitarian system that is accountable to people affected by crisis. So in a context where climate crises are becoming stronger, more frequent, and are affecting areas that have never been touched before, we believe that it is essential to better manage risks and act in anticipation of disaster to reduce the humanitarian needs in crisis. So this slide shows you the importance of acting in anticipation of risk. What it shows is that with anticipatory action, we will be able to reduce the needs of people affected by crisis. As you can see on the left side, the needs curves is increasing after the disaster happens if there is no preparedness, if there is no anticipatory action. While on the right side, you could see that if anticipatory action is put in place through a proper disaster risk finance system, the curve of needs for the affected population is flattened. The disaster risk finance system not only includes anticipatory action that happens immediately before a crisis, but it also includes windows of opportunity that happens even before the risk season starts, and what we call preparedness. So there are those actions that local organizations, communities, and also national authorities can put in place to better prepare the population for the risk to come. So Start Ready is a humanitarian risk pooling mechanism that was launched by START Network at COP26 and went live in May 2022. The first pool was incorporated different countries, including Bangladesh, DRC, Madagascar, Pakistan, Philippines, Senegal, and Somalia. And we have just launched the second pool just a couple of weeks ago. So the Start Ready is a mechanism that we use at START Network to fund disaster risk finance system in countries. So the mechanism includes the three main elements that are needed to make a disaster risk finance effective. So first of all, funds are provided by donor into the mechanism and are prepositioned so to protect people from crime-related events. Secondly, we have localized parametric models that are put in place for specific risks. And when a predefined threshold is reached, funds are disbursed automatically. And thirdly, contingency plans are pre-arranged and pre-agreed among local and international START Network members with the input from local communities, so that at the moment when funds are disbursed, action can take place fast and efficiently ahead of the happening of the disaster. The other important characteristic of Start Ready is the risk layering. What we believe is that there is not only one instrument appropriate for all risks. We need to consider the frequency and the strength of the different risks in order to be able to deliver the right mechanism. So in Start Ready, we consider three different layers. One is the national funds, which we call national reserves, that are funds delivered ahead of specific risk season to local and national NGOs in countries to be better prepared to then act in anticipation when a specific parametric model triggers. These funds can also be used by local organizations to quickly respond to very small crises. There is then a risk pool, which is the amount of funds that is used to tackle medium risk crises. This amount is requested by different countries to cover different risks, and again is delivered automatically the moment that the parametric model triggers. And then we consider an additional layers, which is insurance. And I link very much to what was described before by Leslie. I mean, insurance is for those risks where we cannot hold because they are too big. So what we do, we use funds to buy parametric insurance. We do it with ARC in some countries in Africa, especially in Senegal, Zimbabwe, and Somalia. And so we transfer the risks. This layer of funds is dedicated to those risks that happen less frequent, but when they happen, they have a very strong impact on the affected population. And lastly, I would like to explain how the pooling components of Start Ready works, which is the real innovation of this mechanism. Because funds are held globally and they are not dedicated to special countries or special risks, we are able to stretch the funds and protect more people. This is based on the fact that not all the disasters that we cover in a specific pool will happen at the same time. And therefore, instead of having separate pockets of money that are sitting unused in different countries because a specific risk is not happening. We are pooling all the risks together, we are holding resources globally, and then we allocate them to those countries and those risks that materialize during the year. And with this, I will pass it back to Chris, and thanks for having me.
Anna, thanks so much. In the interests of time, we built in some space for Q&As. We have received one. We won't do more than that, and apologies. Can I invite the panelists for the next session to come to the side of the stage so we can have a quick swap over? And just while we orchestrate that, one question we have had that I might actually ask Samati for brief thoughts on is a question on whether there's any example of countries that provide universal risk insurance focused particularly on the poor.
So I will not do the true beating around the bush. I will be very honest. If there is one, I'm not aware, but what I can talk to is how countries are thinking about expanding protection to the poor. And here we see so much more interest now in the scalable shock responsive social protection space that we're going to talk about now. And like I said, when I mentioned it very quickly, that actually there's more and more thinking on how do you increase the volume of the money that government has available to actually push through the social protection system when there's a disaster. So for example, the government of Malawi is ensuring their safety net. So what that means is, while the government is setting aside resources as contingency for emergency cash transfer response, they're also purchasing parametric insurance policies to then ensure that the money that gets triggered for more severe events flows through the same systems. So I think these are, and I talked a bit about the macro product policy, which is very similar in terms of the mechanics. So the idea is to bring more money into that system. So in a sense, it's insurance for the government maybe, but then ultimately really being channeled to the poor.
That's brilliant, thank you. If I could ask everyone to give a round of applause, panelists here and online, thank you. And we'll let you guys go and bring in the next. A little bit of orchestrating on stage while I swap place names around. Rajendra just joining. Who else are we? Dr. Adrek. Okay, well, we'll perhaps start without him, and he may join shortly. Okay, great. Don't worry, we've got time. No need to run. No, I'll talk for a bit. Thank you all. On to the second part. So we've heard a little bit about some of the different instruments. We're now going to look at both countries and then perhaps the wider international approach. So if I can, starting down at the end there, we have Rajendra Ratnu, who's the Executive Director at India's National Institute of Disaster Management. And Rajendra, we were talking, I know, a long background in disaster responses and more widely, but your most recent role prior to this current one was in the Ministry for Industry and Commerce. And I wonder if you might talk just a little bit around the role that risk finance can play here in protecting that business side and what those discussions look like.
Thank you, Chris. for a developing economy like India and the similarly placed economies which have to, on one side, achieve the sustainable development goals and have an inclusive growth path, have very ambitious economic growth targets for them. For example, India at the juncture of 75 years of its independence has set for itself very ambitious target of economic growth and emerging as a economy jumping from $3+ trillion US dollars to around $30 trillion by 2047. For such a growth trajectory, it has to be, number one, in harmony with the DRR principles. The biggest challenge to economic growth are the growth disruptors. And these growth disruptors are mainly one which are induced by the disaster risks. And therefore, it becomes very important for making our entire investment in the supply chains resilient to these risks. And this can only happen when we make the DRR inbuilt and mainstreamed into this whole policy of disaster risk reduction, or the investment policy. This is mainstreamed. But unfortunately, there is a lot of gap which exists between these line ministries. So a lot need to be done on this side. But this is a very, very important area, not only for the big businesses, but also for ensuring that across the whole supply chain, on the backward linkages, there are many small traders, many more small, even primary sector, which provides eventually its inputs to the entire supply chain in the manufacturing. That also, so it is not in isolation that the risk financing or the risk coverage for the economic entities cannot be seen in isolation from the risk coverage of even the primary producers, whether they are in agriculture, horticulture, fisheries, or these sectors.
One quick follow-up, and thank you for that, Rajendra. A quick question: how do we bring those voices into this discussion? So whether that's the voices of businesses themselves or the relevant ministries more widely, what do we need to do more of there?
I think this requires whole participatory planning, a continuous engagement, understanding risk more by different stakeholders. Also risk information, as previously been said. For example, today we need, before we come to the whole risk financing paradigm, in the developing world, we need to have investments on the risk information, the real-time risk data, which can become very important for the insurance or these players to come and pitch in. Because without having the real-time risk information, risk understanding, risk mapping, will not be able to have these instruments very effectively playing role. So therefore it requires investments. It requires investment not only in the infrastructure also, but into the capacity building. And the institutions like National Institute for Disaster Management also, and the similar partners, have to play a bigger role in ensuring that these knowledge gaps are bridged appropriately.
Thank you, that's brilliant. I'm going to predictably work my way down the line. So welcome back, Lindsay. I know both you and Dr. Adrek are being worked hard today. So thank you. A couple of quick questions for you. You spoke earlier, Lindsay, about the flood insurance program, and we heard that this was one of the oldest of its type. But I understand there are some new and current challenges. Could you just talk a little bit to those, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, with the National Flood Insurance Program, and it's something I alluded to earlier today, there are a lot of changes that we need to make to the program that we are not able to without statutory authorization. But one of the things I would say that we are able to do is we're trying to work within our existing authorities to update a lot of our floodplain management standards to include looking at the federal flood risk management standard, which is a standard that we're looking to increase for those projects that are using federal funds. We're looking at also updating the minimum development standards that we've associated with the National Flood Insurance Program. In order for a community to be a participating community, they must adopt a floodplain ordinance and the associated maps in order for their community to purchase insurance. And so we're looking at updating those minimum floodplain regulations. One of the other big movements that we're trying to make on our own, within our own authorities, is the future of flood risk data. And that is looking more so at non-regulatory information and data that all communities are able to use that won't necessarily require a lot of additional work, either with bringing in a consultant, but being able to use that data to make risk-informed decisions within their communities. And so those are, this is kind of, we're couching this as part of a larger, there's about 9 strategic initiatives that we're trying to work through on our own, and we're couching it as called the Enduring NFIP, and what the program will look like for the next 50 years. And again, too, that is outside of those 17 ledge proposals that we're looking at, in addition to the sound financial framework, which is critical.
That's brilliant, thank you. There's loads of things I'd love to follow up on, but let me ask one more if I could, and I'll try and get this right. You've spoken in earlier sessions about state, local, tribal and territorial governments, and I'm conscious, in some way, the size of the US, how does a centralized agency and program engage with those different levels? How do you build trust and how do you build buy-in?
Absolutely. So one of the interesting parts of the National Flood Insurance Program is that in order to be a participating community, you must adopt a floodplain map. And once you adopt that map and you regulate to it, then your community is able to purchase flood insurance. So that, the other interesting note is that other disaster assistance is dependent on whether you participate in the National Flood Insurance Program. So overall, we have 22,500 communities in the United States that participate in the National Flood Insurance Program. And what's interesting is that this is one of those rare times that you see the federal government weigh in on land use. Usually that is a very local, very specific decision, except for when we're talking floodplain management. And so that has been how we've worked very closely with our local governments in coordination with the NFIP state coordinator. So every coordinator, or every state and territory has a coordinator that will work directly with the local participating jurisdictions to answer any questions they may have about the overall program.
That's brilliant, thank you. And thanks to everyone for keeping these answers so concise. So turning now to Dr. Drek, and we heard a little bit earlier about the recent push for a disaster pooling mechanism. If I've understood this, then part of the argument there is that it protects the state budget against, it gives a degree of predictability. When you're trying to bring in this new approach, how much do you need to make those sort of arguments to get support for this initiative? How easily is it being adopted, and what sort of challenges are you facing?
Thank you very much. So inside the DRFI, actually something that important for making this dream come true is because it is supported by the regulation. So during the previously, so actually Indonesia has potential resource of finance, especially from the public and private partnership, because Indonesia is very generous country. So based on our experience, when we had a big earthquake in Lombok and also big earthquake and tsunami in Palu, and lately like in Cianjur earthquake. So everybody give their own, and it is including the every island people came to give a support. So it is one of the important thing, and also the resources from the the Islamic activity like when we go for Hajj to Saudi Arabia, me, I need to spend for about, I've already paid, but I need to, let's say, 15 years later, so I can. So it is the very interesting budget, and also sukuk and other. So it means that the resources actually we have, but still not used, and also how we can use it very efficient and effective. So that's the reason I think one important thing that we can see, the pooling fund concept is very promising in Indonesia, and of course it is in the DRFI pooling fund, and also the insurance also including in this DRFI concept. So it is talking about the risk transfer as well, and so something that we need to start first is regarding to the how we can build that system that institution is already established right now. So from this point of view, and also supporting by the World Bank, we have like initial budget to run this. So it means that to communicate, to make this happen, I think that from this 2023, we have an initial planning for maybe 1 year to build that system, and I'm quite sure that next year it will work I hope something like that. Thank you.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Just briefly, I'm going to ask one follow-up if I can. So my understanding again is that part of the aim of this initiative was to help improve disaster readiness and response coordination between some of the different agencies and at national, subnational. Can you share any insights into how that process has worked in practice?
Actually, for Indonesian National Disaster Authority, our main responsibility is to organize all of related institutions for a disaster. So right now, actually, BNPB has, or NDMO, Indonesian NDMO, has that role to has, let's say, on-call budget. So every on-call budget actually has been from NDMO, Indonesian NDMO. So in the future also similar. So every institution actually can access the budget for like pooling fund, but to Indonesian NDMO become one of to give a selection and also give some recommendation to Bappenas, Ministry of Development Planning, to give the planning and also the supporting regard also together with Ministry of Finance how the every institution can access the budget. By this doing this scam, we can have the coordination among central institution and also local government into one good and big umbrella. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Let me turn now, and thank you for joining us at late notice, to Mr. Satoru Nishikawa, who is a senior advisor at Japan's International Cooperation Agency. So, Mr. Nishikawa, we talked briefly earlier about the fact that insurance mechanisms are normally about payments after the fact, but I think Japan's approach is, in this particular example, something slightly different. Could you explain?
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, the idea of DRR has focused on how to take action before a tragedy. Resilient infrastructure is to invest before for added value of resilience and sustainability. We have recently witnessed the tragic event in Turkey and Syria. We Japanese, having numerous experiences of earthquakes, fully share the agony and sorrow of such events. Now let us question, would the family members who lost their beloved ones be happy with insurance disbursement after sad funerals. Now, let's look at the reality on the ground. Therefore, Japan places importance on investing in DRR, both by the governmental sector and the private sector, including investment for safe housing by households. The ex-ante investment versus the post-event insurance payment looks like two distant approaches. However, Japan has made innovative mechanisms to link the two distant approaches. Japan has earthquake insurance schemes for households, which is reinsured by the government. Now, this earthquake insurance has embedded incentives to encourage positive pre-investment for stronger houses. The insurance premium for houses with extra seismic resilience and houses with seismic base isolation structures are given bonus deduction premiums, which gives incentive to invest for such seismic safety. Also, this works as a mechanism to decrease the total volume of insurance payment in case of earthquakes. We should note that the capacity of insurance to cover those losses is limited. So we should think about how to induce practical action by individuals or households or businesses. The previous interventions by our Developmental Bank of Japan colleagues is another illustration. How can we incentivize pre-disaster investment? Thank you.
That's fantastic, thank you. We'll move along rapidly, and with apologies to everyone, but widening out. So thank you, those are the country-specific examples. Let's now widen out slightly, hence the careful stage orchestration to my left. We're looking more now at the systems and international level. And if I turn first to Jennifer from IGP, who's going to talk about the Global Shield that we've heard mention of both in the first working group and here. So Jennifer, if you can, what makes this the right time for a new mechanism, and what new does the Global Shield bring to the table? Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Chris, for this question. And it is an important one, but I think everyone who's attending today understands the growing need for greater investment in disaster risk management, disaster risk reduction, and disaster risk financing especially. There's a growing number of instruments that are coming onto the market that countries can use in order to better respond to and recover from different types of disasters. However, what we see is that a more coordinated approach is needed within countries to determine which instruments can best be used to deal with the impacts of different types of hazards. And so, as was already highlighted earlier today by the contributions of Ruth from the Insurance Development Forum, this need for sustained financing is heavily needed in order for countries to be able to create and use these different financing instruments so that they can be better prepared for and respond to the different types of disasters. And the Global Shield plans to work on doing this through close cooperation and the leadership of the Global Shield countries themselves. And so what we've seen through our cooperation with the vulnerable 20 countries as well as the G7 is that countries want to take greater leadership in terms of determining what types of instruments and projects are being conducted within their countries, as well as support in understanding the risks that they're facing in order to be able to prioritize where they should be investing their money to get the most bang for their buck. This is also essential if we think about the linkage of disaster risk reduction. As the cost of capital keeps on increasing, disaster risk financing instruments can help to lower these costs, which is very instrumental then to actually being able to finance DRR activities. And so through an in-country process where the Global Shield will work together with countries, and their in-country coordinator will work to see what's actually already taken place within the country and what the existing gaps are in order to determine which types of instruments could be more suitable to helping the country better manage their different risks. And then through a request of climate and disaster risk financing and insurance solutions, the governments can then get support from different financing vehicles, including the Global Shield Financing Facility through the World Bank or the Global Shield Solutions Platform, in order to develop these different types of instruments. And so with that, we're hoping that governments will not only have a greater understanding of the risks that they're facing, but be able to prioritize the instruments that they want to develop and be able to start responding more quickly.
Thanks, Jennifer. A very quick follow-up. So just give us a quick sense, how does this avoid being another layer, another mechanism alongside all the others? How will it build on and enhance what countries themselves are already doing?
Yeah, this is a great question. And one of the points that we've been highlighting with the Global Shield is that it's not meant in any way to duplicate the work that's already being done within countries. This is part of the reason of doing a stock take and allowing countries to fast-track certain activities. For example, a country can identify if they need support with premium financing. For example, if it's a country member that's part of the African risk capacity, they can already, as part of the Global Shield process, ask for support with the premium payments for membership in the regional risk pools. And so it's meant to only enhance what they're currently already doing, as well as to help them identify what the existing gaps are through cooperation with the Global Risk Modeling Alliance, which brings this country's capacity to analyze disaster risk to the country, to the private sector and academic institutions and government within the country, so that they can identify where the gaps are and where extra support is needed in their development. We also plan to work together with a coordination hub that brings together the regional development banks, that brings together the regional risk pools, the private sector, as well as the humanitarian sector, CSOs, implementing agencies, so that any type of intervention that's created is done in coordination with the other actors already active in this space.
That's great. Thank you, Jennifer. I know we're at time. We will sprint to the finish, but one final speaker, Pranav Prashad, who's a Senior Technical Officer on the Impact Insurance Facility at ILO. So a simple sounding question for you. I know not in practice. What does this actually look like on the ground? So how do we deliver these mechanisms through to the last mile?
Thanks, Chris. Don't worry, we've worked in microinsurance, so we'll make a micro presentation to the audience. But for that, I need to, with your permission, interact with the audience to prove what does insurance do. So we've been hearing about insurance, we've been hearing about various mechanisms, but what does insurance actually do and why is it being talked about? A very simple question to you all. We know all cars are. We've sat in one. We all know cars have brakes in it. But do brakes slow down a car, or do that make them go faster? Any responses? Cars go faster because of brakes or in spite of them? Well, the silence says it all. Intuitively, we say brakes slow down a car, but if you didn't have brakes, cars would go at 5 miles per hour. The fact that you can go at 60 miles is because you know cars can stop when there's a problem, and that is precisely the role, sir, that insurance is meant to do. It makes you invest productively by giving you a security layer. And this is the entire proposition by which we want to make insurance more inclusive. We want to look at insurance as not just a protective mechanism that many of us look at, but as a productive mechanism to attract more credit, to attract more incentives, to attract more inputs that can actually make a difference in the economic life cycle. Of course, it's important for disaster risks, but not just. And therefore, there's been a lot of emphasis on whether it's health, whether it's agriculture to ensure that there is value created at each stage of the insurance process. We heard of 3 layers. Similarly, it's the same thing on micro, meso, and macro levels. So whether it's the government policies that need to get benefits, or it is the aggregators or the instruments or the institutions that do it, or the communities and the individual level. So that's what the attempt is, to make inclusive as inclusive as possible. To your question of how does it get translated on the ground, we need to look at, and we at Diallo ensure that we look at both the supply side of the story as well as the demand side of the story. So how is there a business case for insurance providers? We talked in the morning of de-risking the insurers. They can only get de-risked if there is an incentive for them to actually carry on, and that's where the entire challenge about what is the business case for them, what are the circumstances that they can invest and they can take greater risks to prevent the vulnerable sectors from falling back. And on the demand side, how do we create, what are the benefits that can actually provide it, that can actually create value? We work with different tools to ensure that it happens. We have a mechanism which is called the PACE tool, which looks at the product, access, cost, and experience, which takes care of the entire life cycle. And on the disaster risk side, we have developed what is called the 3D tool, which looks at the design, delivery, and the distribution of the product so that there is adequate access, adequate availability, relevant affordability, and more important, accuracy of the information that is passing through the system to ensure that no one is left behind, which is primarily the aim of the UN.
Perfect. That's great. I would love to ask much more, but I think we should stop there. The agenda threatens you with 5 minutes of concluding comments from me. I won't subject you to that. Three quick reflections. One, we've heard about lots of different instruments here. We've also heard reference to risk layering and that idea that these instruments work together, none of them in isolation, and I think we need to bear that in mind. 2, we've heard comments on not just insurance, and we broadened out from insurance and looked at that wider range of disaster risk finance mechanisms within both transfer and retention, but also the need to protect separately investments in risk reduction. Let's also use this working group and the path forward to think, how can we align? We've had examples of incentivization. How can DRF be a good friend to DRR, and that we advance our shared agendas? And a third and final point from me, there is a risk, and we've talked before about money in and money out, there is a risk that we fixate on clever mechanisms and new and innovative ways of getting money in, and we forget what we're meant to be doing with it. So it's as important to have those plans to identify and understand how to reach impacted and vulnerable people, what they need, and how to involve them with it. And I think that probably will lead into the session that follows this, but I will say no more. I just ask everyone to thank the panelists both for their insights and their brevity. Thank you. And I think before we deplane, Kamal will say a few words.
You may deplane. Thank you very much. I think we can take a 10-minute coffee break. I really request you to just grab a cup of coffee, bring that back in, and we get started on the next session so that we can finish on time. As I said earlier, we have a hard deadline of 4:45 to close so that we can go to City, see the BMC facilities, and then go for dinner at the Taj. So please get a cup of coffee, and then we get started again with the next session. So the next session is on social protection, and I hand over to colleagues from UNICEF to take us through that session. Thank you.
gradually draw us back into the room, hopefully. So now we're kicking off the final sub-theme of our working group side meeting today. This session is really going to be focusing on improving climate and disaster risk management through social protection systems. So essentially what we're saying there is that all the conversations we've been having so far, we're going to localize that and make it meaningful for the people on the ground. I think I should take the opportunity to acknowledge a huge number of partners who have really been very solidly supporting us to prepare this session for today. I'm not going to name all of them. They will be mentioned in various forms throughout the session, but suffice to say, it's a real mix of government, intergovernment, donors, UN agencies, NGOs, community-based organizations, private sector, and community members themselves. The overview of the session, I think we're going to have 3 panels. One will start with community members. We will then have another session where we're really going to focus on some of the technicalities involved in shock responsive social protection. And then we'll have a session really exploring some of the political initiatives, some of the policy initiatives, which innovations have been working, where the challenges have been faced in various countries, and really trying to explore some of the cross-learning there. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Nupur Kukureti. So Nupur is our global lead within UNICEF on shock responsive social protection. So she's flown in from New York to join us with this session. And Nupur is going to guide us and moderate the first session, which is really engaging with our community members, some of whom are in the room. Nupur, over to you. Thank you.
Hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Brilliant. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back after tea and coffee. Just by show of hands, could you just tell me that you're awake and you're... Yes. Okay. Can you just stand up so that I can see and shake ourselves a little and then sit down? Thank you so much for cooperating. This session is about coming back to reality. Coming back to people who, coming back to focusing on people. So let me start by highlighting the context and also emphasizing why a discussion on strengthening social protection systems is important from a disaster risk reduction and climate change perspective. We all know that we are living in very, very complex times. We are a bit behind, at least on SDG 1. The number of people living in extreme poverty after a consistent decline in the past quarter of a century, the number has started increasing after COVID. At the moment, we have about 670 million people who live in extreme poverty. About 100 million additional children have become poor because of a combined effect of COVID, climate change, and conflict across the world. The numbers of people in need of humanitarian assistance is growing. Crises are becoming much more protracted and longer term, requiring a lot more resources. This year itself, there are about 340 million people who are in need of humanitarian assistance. So this is the backdrop that we are all talking about today. And while the needs or the number of people in need of humanitarian assistance has been growing, humanitarian funding hasn't necessarily been keeping pace with that. It's kind of plateaued, which means that the number of people who are in need of humanitarian assistance is higher than who are actually currently being supported, which means that there's a big gap in supporting people. And this is one of the reasons why many of us are at the risk of being left behind. So, and I'm sure, because most of you come from a disaster risk reduction background, you would know the importance of disaster risk reduction in this backdrop, because many of these crises that people face can be predicted and they can be planned. And disaster risk reduction is actually something that helps with that. And I was looking at some data before coming here, and what struck me is that I think it was in December 2021, 126 nations had already designed and drafted DRR policies and procedures in the country, which is a big number. But when I sit here and think about it from a social protection perspective, what I find lacking in many of these disaster risk reduction policies and programs is the focus on people, the soft part of disaster risk reduction. In many cases, we find that DRR strategies don't necessarily focus on some of the underlying causes or factors that make some people more vulnerable than the others to crises, because crises affect many people. It's only some who are not able to cope with them and recover faster. And that's where social protection comes in. Because social protection is an instrument, is a policy measure that addresses underlying vulnerabilities. And what are these vulnerabilities? These directly link to what I was saying in the beginning about poverty, underlying poverty that people face, gender discrimination, discrimination based on age, disability, migration status or displacement. All of them combine to keep people locked in the situation that they are and make many people very, very vulnerable to crises. Now, coming to social protection, there is a lot of evidence which does talk about how social protection can help people cope with disasters better by helping strengthening the coping strategies, and especially households that are extremely vulnerable, to support them in not adopting negative coping strategies, for example, engaging in child labor or marrying their daughters at an early age and so on. There's a lot of evidence out there, and I'm happy to share it if needed at a later stage. But coming back again to what can social protection do in the context of DRR? Most importantly, I think what social protection can do is to prevent shocks and stresses from transitioning into a crisis in the first place, which is prevention, I would say. And the other part is they can help prepare households and communities and even governments to deal with crises better, which makes it a very, very important element and component of DRR strategies in countries. They can, and as some of the participants earlier in the earlier sessions talked about anticipatory action, that's exactly what social protection can do. And in the Philippines, I remember one of the colleagues who was sitting here talked about Philippines. Philippines is where anticipatory action is being implemented, and social protection is being used for that. Then social protection can be used for responding to a crisis once it has happened, and many of the governments sitting here, I'm sure you know, and you've already implemented large-scale responses, social protection responses to COVID during the response to COVID. And then, of course, it helps in faster recovery. And just to share some numbers, so, around 3,800 plus social protection programs and schemes were designed and implemented as a result of COVID by governments across the world. So it's not that social protection and the role of social protection is not being recognized. It is being recognized, but the fact is that the investment in social protection is extremely, extremely low. And that is where the discussion today becomes very important. Across the world, less than 50% people across the world are covered by any one form of social protection. 1 in 4 children have access to any form of social protection. 1 in 3 people living with disabilities have any access to social protection. With this low coverage, disaster risk reduction is not going to achieve its outcomes. So therefore, we are here to talk about bringing the focus back on people, bringing a focus back on social protection, and what it can do to help communities and people deal with crises better. So without spending too much time, let me talk about the panel that we have today. We have a very, very experienced panel here with me. And one of our panel member is going to join online. So we have 3 people who I will be speaking to today. And the panel is interesting because it represents a diversity of contexts. We are talking about drought, we are talking about the context of floods, we will be talking about the context of cyclones. So let's start with the state that is hosting this event, Maharashtra. And let me introduce Godavari ji, who's sitting to my left here. Godavari ji wears multiple hats. She's a farmer from a drought-prone area in Maharashtra. She's a grassroots leader associated with Swayam Shiksha Prayog and the Asia Regional Representative of the Vayu Commission. She will speak in Marathi, but we will have her slides presented at the back so that you can read what she's saying. We've already translated that. Godavari ji, thanks for joining. And can you tell us about your work during COVID and also about the livelihoods and how they were threatened, the health work and the non-health work that you and your group did, and the actions that were taken by your members to support people in your community? Over to you.
सगळ्यांना नमस्कार. मी मराठीतून बोलणार आहे. मराठी हे महाराष्ट्रातच नाही तर मी अमेरिकेमध्ये सुद्धा मराठीतूनच बोलते. स्वयं शिक्षण प्रयोग संस्था ही महिला सक्षमीकरणावर काम करते. महिलांना आम्ही एकत्र करून महिलांचं संघटन केलं आणि त्यांचा आर्थिक स्तर उंचावला. पण संस्थेची ही सुरुवात 1993ला ज्यावेळेस लातूरचा भूकंप झाला त्यावेळेसपासून आहे. आणि मराठवाड्यामध्ये आपत्ती ह्या वेगळ्या वेगळ्या नेहमी येतात. जसं दुष्काळ आहे, अतिवृष्टी आहे आणि नैसर्गिक आपत्ती आहेत आणि कोविड हे तर सगळ्या जगभरामध्ये आलेली आपत्ती आहे. पण 2012 ते 2016चा जो दुष्काळ होता तर ह्यामध्ये इतके चॅलेंज होते की जसं पिण्याचं पाण्याचे 2 किलोमीटरहून आणावं लागत होतं, जनावरांना चारा नव्हता आणि लोकांना काम मिळत नव्हतं आणि सगळे व्यवसाय बंद झालेले होते. तर त्याच वेळेला आम्ही महिलांनी कृषी विज्ञान केंद्रासोबत पार्टनरशिप करून कृषी विज्ञान केंद्राकडून प्रशिक्षण घेऊन कमी पाण्यामध्ये कमी कालावधीमध्ये कुठलं पीक घेता येईल आणि त्याचबरोबर ज्या महिलांकडं कमी जागा आहे तर त्याच्यामध्ये व्यवसाय कुठले करता येतील आणि कमी पाण्यात येणारे व्यवसाय जे शेळीपालन आहे, कुक्कुटपालन आहे तर हे व्यवसाय आम्ही केलं. आणि आम्हाला जे अनुभव होता की दुष्काळामध्ये कसं आम्ही महिला तयार होतात तर ते अनुभव घेऊन आम्ही कोविडमध्ये ज्या वेळेला काम करायला सुरुवात केली, पहिलं लॉकडाऊन पडलं आणि त्या लॉकडाऊनमध्ये आम्हाला बाहेर येणं जाणं पूर्ण बंद झालं आणि महिलांना म्हणजे त्यावेळेला काहीच कळत नव्हतं की सुरुवातीच्या काळात. तर आम्ही सखी टास्क फोर्स गाव पातळीवर आम्ही महिलांचं एक नेटवर्क केलं आणि झूमद्वारे आणि व्हॉट्सअपमधून त्यांना ऑनलाईन कॉन्टॅक्ट करून ऑनलाईन प्रशिक्षण पण महिलांना दिले आणि त्यातून आम्ही मग शेती ह्या विषयामध्ये काय करायला पाहिजे. कारण काय झालेलं होतं की ज्या महिला भाजीपाला व्यवसाय मोठ्या प्रमाणात करतात त्यांना त्यांचा माल बाहेरच्या मार्केटमध्ये पुण्या मुंबईला जातो तर त्यावेळेला त्यांचे जे भाजीचा प्रश्न होता तर तो कुठं घेऊन जायचा आणि मग त्यावेळेला आम्हाला सुचलं की आपण आत्ता हे भाज्या खराब न करून टाकता त्याच्यातून भाजीपाल्याचे बियाणं तयार केले तरी मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये मदत होईल आणि मग आम्ही तिथून भाजीपालाचं बियाणं तयार केलं आणि आज बियाणे बँक तयार आहे आणि जवळपास 25 लाख रुपयाचा व्यवसाय चालू झालेला आहे. तर त्याचबरोबरनं व्यवसाय जे आरोग्य आहे तर आरोग्यामध्ये जे क्वारंटाईन सेंटर होते गाव पातळीवरचे तर त्या ठिकाणी क्वारंटाईन सेंटरमध्ये स्वच्छता आहे का, शौचालय व्यवस्थित आहे का आणि त्या लोकांना मदत होते का तर हे आम्ही तिथं बघितलं. आणि त्यावेळेला सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचा प्रश्न होता की क्वारंटाईन सेंटरमध्ये गव्हर्नमेंट सगळं देत होतं पण जेवणाचा खूप मोठा प्रश्न होता. तर जेवण कसं त्या लोकांना उपलब्ध होईल त्याच्यासाठी आम्ही काम केलं आणि त्यातून किराणा वाटप जे आहे तर किराणा वाटप आणि मायग्रेंट झालेले जे लोक होते पुण्या मुंबई शहराच्या ठिकाणावरून गावात येणारे, तर त्या लोकांचा प्रश्न होता, तर त्यांना आम्ही व्यवसाय कसं करून देता येईल, तर हे व्यवसाय आम्ही तिथं केले. आणि त्यातल्या त्यात ज्या महिला व्यवसाय करू शकतात, तर अशा व्यवसायाला आम्ही जसं काही अगोदर त्यांना चौकशी केली की कुठले व्यवसाय करू शकतात, तर शिलाई मशीन आहे, परत झालं तर मास्क बनवणं आहे, पिठाची गिरणी आहे, असे जे व्यवसाय आहेत गावात चालणारे, तर हे व्यवसाय मी महिलांच्या माध्यमातून गाव पातळीवर केले. आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचा विषय म्हणजे MRGSचे जे कामं आहेत, तर ते कामं आम्ही लोकांना कसं मिळवून देता येईल. लोकल गव्हर्नमेंट जसं ग्रामपंचायतपासून आरोग्य विभाग आहे, तहसीलदार आहे, कृषी विज्ञान केंद्र आहे, यांच्याबरोबर आम्ही त्या वेळेला पार्टनरशिपमध्ये काम केलं. आणि तहसीलदार सरांबरोबर मिटिंग करून त्यांना सगळ्यात मोठा प्रश्न होता की रेशन मिळत नाही आणि रोजगार मिळत नाही, तर हे रोजगार मिळण्यासाठी आम्ही त्यातून कसं मिळवून घेता येईल ह्याच्यासाठी आम्ही प्रयत्न केले.
Thank you, Godavariji. I particularly liked what you were talking about, the three livelihoods, community care and partnerships, and how the three components of the work that you do come together, especially in the context of when a lot of people were returning back into the villages during COVID, and how your group supported that relief effort. It's quite inspirational. I want to go to the next question that we have here for you. So going back to your core work of the group, which is about women-led climate resilient agriculture in the context of droughts or water scarcity, how costly or affordable and accessible are sources of finance for you and your group, and how could financial institutions of various types help with the objective of your group?
क्लायमेट चेंजचा जो परिणाम आहे शेती आणि व्यवसायावर होतो, आणि व्यवसायावर झाल्यामुळं त्यामध्ये आम्ही महिलांना 1 एकर मॉडेल की त्यांच्या घराची कुटुंबाची अन्नसुरक्षा कसं करता येईल आणि त्यातून महिलांच्या हातामध्ये कसं पैसे घेता येईल ह्याच्यासाठी आम्ही काम केलं. पण कोणतंही जर काम करायचं असेल, कुठलाही व्यवसाय करायचा असेल, तर त्याच्यामध्ये पैसा हा पाहिजे. आणि ज्या वेळेला आम्ही ज्या वेळेला पैसे घ्यायचे आहेत, तर त्यावेळेला एवढे चॅलेंज असतात की जसं सावकाराकडून कर्ज घ्यायचं तर 10 रुपये शेकड्याने घ्यावं लागतं, आणि फायनान्सकडून जरी घ्यायचं असेल तर 24 ते 36% मिळतं, आणि बँकेकडे जायचं असेल तर बँकेकडे जाणं येणं आणि कागदपत्राचा खर्च ह्याच्यासाठीचा वेळ लागतो. तर त्याच्यामुळे हे चॅलेंज आहेत आमचे. पण पूर्वी महिला 10 रुपये आणि 20 रुपये बचत करत होत्या, आणि आत्ता त्याच महिला 200 रुपये ते 500 रुपये बचत करायला लागलेत, आणि त्यातून महिलांच्या ज्या गरजा आहेत तर ते भागत आहेत. आणि आम्ही आमच्या फेडरेशनमार्फत आम्ही CRA फंड, कम्युनिटी रेझिलियन्स फंड देतो. तर हा फंड नाविन्यपूर्ण काम करण्यासाठी आणि आपत्तीच्या वेळेला मदत व्हावी ह्याच्यासाठी आम्ही हा फंड दिला जातो. आणि त्यातून ज्या वेळेला कोविडचं चालू झालं, तर त्यावेळेला आम्ही आमच्या फेडरेशनमार्फत आम्ही जे महिलांना फंड दिला, तर ते ऑनलाईन त्यांना दिलं, आणि ऑनलाईन फंड मिळाल्यामुळं त्यांना इतकं बरं वाटलं की ज्या वेळेला फंड मिळाला त्यावेळेला महिलांनी असं सांगितलं की आम्हाला ह्या वेळेला कुठलं शासनाने मदत केली नाही, किंवा नातेवाईक आले नाहीत, किंवा आमचे मित्रमैत्रिणी जवळ आले नाहीत, पण त्यावेळेला तुमच्याकडून हा आम्हाला फंड मिळाला, तर आम्हाला खूप मोठी गरज भागली आमची, आणि आम्हाला परत मग ते रिटर्न पैसे त्यांनी 4 महिन्यानंतर दिले. आणि आत्तापर्यंत आम्ही जवळपास 3 कोटी रुपये आम्ही आतापर्यंत फंड महिलांना टर्नओव्हर आमचा झालेला आहे.
Thank you. Something that I was noting when you were speaking, and I was looking at the translation here as well. Something which struck me was the gender dimension that you have highlighted to the access of finances, and also the challenges that women face in accessing finance. And I hope policymakers who are sitting here would take a note of this. So quickly moving from a drought context to the flood context, and moving from Maharashtra to the northeastern part of India, Assam. Let me introduce you to Sakina ji, who's to my extreme left. She's a part of the Assam Mahila Samta Society, Rupagong booth. She's a gig worker in the formal economy, and works in her community to connect people with their social protection entitlements in Assam. She's associated with Hak Darshak, which is a social impact organization and leverages technology to enhance transparency and link underprivileged groups and communities to government schemes and programs. And Sakina ji will speak in Assamese, and like in the case of Godavari ji, we will have the translated versions come up on the screen for you to see. So, and Sakina ji, आपसे सवाल मैं पूछती हूँ. Sorry, I broke into my Hindi here. I'm going to ask Sakina ji a question, which is about your network is known for using technology to get information to people. How do you make sure that the entitlements are accessed on time? And what does success look like to you?
Namaskar. মোৰ নাম মিছেছ সকিনা সিদ্দিকা মই অসমৰ পৰা আহিছো আজি ইয়াতে উপস্থাপন মই অসমীয়াতে কৰিম যিকোনো সময়তে আমি কি সামাজিক সুৰক্ষা কাৰ্যসূচী উপলব্ধ কৰি এই কথা বুজিবলৈ আমাৰ দৰে সম্পাদক কৰ্মীসকলে প্ৰৱেশ কৰিব পৰা কোনো সমাজপূৰ্ণ আৰু মানৱ তথ্যৰ উৎস নাই তথ্য প্ৰচাৰৰ বাবে আমি সরকারি বিষয়ের উপর নির্ভর করু আৰু বিশেষকৈ দুৰ্যোগ সাহায্য কাৰ্যসূচীৰ অংশ হিচাপে কি আঁচনি আৰম্ভ কৰা হৈছে সেই কথা আমি বুজিবলৈ বিজ্ঞাপনৰ সহায়তে মাজেৰে উবলিয়াব লগা হৈছিল যেতিয়া মই হক দশকত একত্ৰিত হৈছিল বা জড়িত হৈছিল এই সকলোবোৰ তথ্য এটা এপত উপলব্ধ আমি কৰিছিল কৰি আছিলো আৰু তাৰ ফলত মোৰ বাবে তথ্যসমূহ সহজ হৈ পৰিছিল যেহেতু আমাক আঁচনিসমূহৰ বাবে কেনেকৈ আবেদন কৰিব লাগে সেই বিষয়ে প্ৰশিক্ষণ দিয়া হৈছিল গতিকে আমি অধিক লোকৰ ওচৰলৈ সোনকালে যোগাযোগ কৰিব পাৰিলো আৰু আঁচনিৰ সৈতে তেওঁলোকক দ্ৰুতভাৱে সংযোগ কৰিব পাৰিলো এই কামটো আমাৰ কাৰণে আঁচনিসমূহৰ বাবে কেনেকৈ আবেদন কৰো সহজ হৈ কৰি তোলা কথাটো হল আমি আঁচনিৰ সৈতে সংযোগ স্থাপন কৰিবলৈ চেষ্টা কৰা একটা মানুহৰ সম্প্ৰদায়ৰ আৰু ইতিমধ্যে প্ৰতিষ্ঠাতা বিশ্বাস আছে যেহেতু আমি সেলফ হেল্প গ্ৰুপৰ সৈতে জড়িত আৰু সমাজে আমাক স্বীকৃতি দিয়া গতিকে আমি গাঁৱে গাঁৱে ৰাইজক একত্ৰিত কৰি সরকারি আঁচনিৰ বিষয়ে সজাগতা প্ৰদান কৰিবলৈ সক্ষম হৈছো ইয়াৰ উপৰিও আমি গাঁও পঞ্চায়তৰ বিষয়া ব্লক আৰু জিলাৰ বিষয়ববীয়াসকলৰ সৈতে কাম কৰি তেওঁলোকক সহায়ৰ প্ৰয়োজন হোৱা প্ৰকৃত নাগৰিকসকলৰ ওচৰলৈ যোৱা সহায় কৰো আমাৰ গোটে আজিলৈকে ৮০০০তকৈ অধিক আবেদন কৰিছে তাৰে ভিতৰত মই ২০০০টা মানুহৰ লিংকেজৰ সুবিধা কৰি দিছো
ধন্যবাদ Sakina ji. What I gathered from your presentation, particularly something which really impressed me was this idea of connecting people to the schemes and at the same time supporting the government, local government authorities with information. So it's a two-way process that you and the group work on. And another thing which stood out to me from what you were saying is about the trust that people have in you because you are from the community and that helps. So the next question I have for you is could you tell us about your work in your flood-prone communities to ensure that various social protection entitlements are accessed by the most marginalized in a timely manner? How do you do this?
আমি আমাৰ মহিলা সমতা সমাজ ৰূপায়ণ গ্ৰুপৰ জৰিয়তে আমি কাম কৰো সমাজত বানপানীৰ দৰে দুৰ্যোগৰ সৃষ্টি হলে প্ৰথম পদক্ষেপ হল আমি ক্ষতিগ্ৰস্ত হোৱা লোকৰ ওচৰলৈ যাওঁ আৰু তেওঁলোকৰ পৰা তালিকাখিনি সংলগ্ন কৰি লওঁ আৰু এটোৱে আমি আটাইতকৈ গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ পদক্ষেপ বুলি আমি হাতত লৈছিলো আমি বানপীড়িত অঞ্চল আৰু লগতে সাহায্য শিবিৰলৈ থকা ঠাইবোৰলৈ গৈ তালিকা সংগ্ৰহ কৰো আমি লোকচানৰ মূল্যায়ন কৰি চৰকাৰৰ ধন আৰু ৰেচন মুকলি কৰাৰ অনুৰোধৰ লগত তালিকা জিলাৰ উপযুক্ত কাৰ্যালয়লৈ জমা দিওঁ কেতিয়াবা এটা নিৰ্দিষ্ট যোগ্যতাৰ মাপকাঠিৰ ওপৰত ভিত্তি কৰি তালিকাখনৰ সংলগ্ন কৰিবলৈ চৰকাৰৰ পৰা নিৰ্দেশনা দিয়া হয় আমি সময়মতে আমাৰ কাৰ্যক্ষমভাৱে এই কাম কৰিবলৈ সক্ষম হৈছো কাৰণ আমি সম্প্ৰদায়টোক ভালদৰে জানো আৰু আমি কি লিংকেজ কৰিবলৈ চেষ্টা কৰিছো আৰু কোন যোগ্য সেই বিষয়ে আমাৰ প্ৰচেষ্টা কেন্দ্ৰীভূত কৰিছো এই প্ৰক্ৰিয়াৰ মাজেৰে প্ৰক্ৰিয়াৰ জৰিয়তে আজিলৈকে আমি 23টা বানপীড়িত পৰিয়ালৰ ঘৰ পুনৰ নিৰ্মাণৰ বাবে 11,04,000 টকা এইচএছত 48,000 টকা অনুদান মোকলাই দিয়া সহায় কৰিছো লগতে স্বাস্থ্য বিভাগৰ লগত যোগাযোগ কৰি স্বাস্থ্য শিবিৰৰ স্থাপনৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰিছো
Thank you, Sakina ji. That was quite useful to know, and also personally for me, what this intervention that you made helped me reiterate my belief in the role of social workers, the role of the last mile, who community members who help connect people with the entitlements that they may have, but may not know about. So the important role of social service workforce is something which I would like to reiterate here. And with that, let me quickly move on to the last member of our panel today. And we are moving across the border now from India to Bangladesh. Unfortunately, Rafikul, who has joined online, you can see him on the screen. He could not be here in person, despite all our efforts. But he has kindly agreed to join us online. So welcome, Rafikul.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello.
Everyone is saying hello to you, but I have the mic, so I can say hello back to you on their behalf.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly, and we can see you also very clearly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Rafikul will speak in English, and but we still have the slides here. So, and let me just quickly introduce Rafikul. He is a member of the Nadi Aadhar Manch, and he has extensive experience of working in floods as well as cyclones in Bangladesh. And so, Rafikul, I'll quickly go to the question. Could you tell us how do households manage when the employment, livelihoods, housing, etc. are threatened during cyclones? What are the sources of finance for them to reconstruct or recover from the crises? Rafikul, over to you.
First of all, I have to share or answer the question.
Shall I repeat the question?
Nupur.
Yeah, let me repeat the question. Okay? So Rafikul, could you tell us how do households manage when employment, livelihoods, housing are threatened during cyclones? And what are the sources of finance for them to reconstruct and recover from the crises?
First of all, after hitting the cyclone, community helps each other to cope with the situation, overcome the situation. Okay, am I continue?
Yes, please continue.
A team of 10 volunteers was to rescue the injured and shifting them to the nearest Medicaid center or shelter. They also sharing information to prepare first situation report for NGO construction and donor community. And local government bodies distribute food and few cash from their own supplies. Another is the central government allocate food and other supply as much as possible to the affected communities. Sometimes government deploy military forces to efficiently support emergency response and medical team for emergency medical support. Some INGOs supported with their contingency fund from day one, and then seek additional funding from the donor community, like Action Aid, Oxfam, Save the Children, Islamic, Christian Aid, Concern Worldwide, etc. After the initial response, government allocated cash and food as a 40-day employment scheme during the recovery phases. Government freezes any recovery against bank or NGO loan till emergency. The money lender, Mahajan, don't collect loan installment from the fishing community in emergency. They relate for fishing. Other government agencies work to repair essential infrastructure of the communities, road, embankment, school, Medicare center, and shelter for the poor and landless, etc.
Thank you, Rafiqul. What I've really pulled out from the points that you were making, unfortunately your slides were not going through when you were presenting, and I'll request people who are managing the slides to put them on. But the key point that I heard was about the role of local responders, the first line responders, and these are people in the community themselves. And then there are different layers of responders, the civil society, local civil society, local governments, and the government. So moving on to the next question, how costly or affordable are these sources of finance, and how could financial institutions of various types help with reconstruction and recovery?
Actually, financial institution, microcredit and Mahajan. Microcredit, after the hitting the cyclone, microcredit will be stopped, but recovery session, microcredit is starting again their reconstruction, recovery their asset, and help them to reconstruction their shelter and other things. Government, local government and government support them to reconstruct their shelter, their livelihood, their roads and school and other things. Thank you.
Thank you. I may have a very quick question on this. I heard you talk about microcredit and how that helps with recovery at the local level, and this is the closest financial service that people may have in the villages and most accessible to them. But what happens to it during the crisis? Do people have to return the loans that they've taken during a crisis when they're suffering so much?
Actually, after hitting the cyclone, people have lost their livelihood, their cattle, their asset, so they cannot provide the regular installment. So after the relieving this situation, they can recover their loan, or 6 months or 7 months, after 7 months, this type of things.
Thank you, Rafiqul. I'm being told that we don't have time for any questions, unfortunately. So I'm going to quickly wrap up with 3 points that have stood out to me from the 3 presentations. The first one is a recognition of the role of women-led organizations in leveraging social protection as a part of humanitarian action. The second point that I would like to reiterate, which came out from the presentation, is it is not enough to have social protection or DRR measures in place unless people know about them. So the role of local social workers in connecting and facilitating the access to these measures is very, very important and often ignored. So that needs to be invested as well. And lastly, local financing mechanisms exist in villages and often can be accessed by crisis-affected communities to cope with crises. And they need to be encouraged. So with these 3 points, we close this panel, and I hand it back to you, Huni.
Thank you so much. I would like to extend a round of applause to the inspiring voices from the community and Nupur. And it really shows, my name is Hyun Hee, and I lead the social protection programs for UNICEF India. So I'll tag team with my colleague Tom, who leads the DRR agenda. So visually, we will show you the importance of linking DRR and social protection programs. And what key takeaways from this is if you empower community members to the grassroots level with knowledge, finance that goes down at the local level, as well as technology-enabled tools. Not only technology, but various tools, they can really make an impact in terms of last-mile delivery of social protection entitlements for the most vulnerable and in terms of leave no one behind agenda. Nupur, my colleague from New York, highlighted that there are more than 4 billion people without an adequate social protection entitlement during the COVID-19 times, despite all of the expansions of various social protection programs. Now we look at shift to the systems part. The next session, I welcome Ben Webster, leading the REAP Secretariat, so no introduction required because he was part of the previous session. And he will really look at what kind of system changes, including financing adaptive social protection systems, can help those community members that we heard from on the ground. So then I'd like to invite FCDO colleagues, Daljit, as well as from Amazon. And over to you, Ben. And we have 20 minutes, so we'll keep the time. Over to you.
That one's working. Thanks, Hyun Hee. I realize that we're up against the clock, so we will keep this brief. But I also recognize that there's a huge amount of expertise and experience in the room. So we have Daljit and Kezia with us on the platform, but if you have contributions to make, you can use the QR code on your table to ask questions, but feel free to make comments as well, because like I say, there's a huge amount of expertise in the room here. So we have, for this technical session, looking at systems change, we have Daljit Kaur, who is Climate and Environment Advisor at the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office in India, and she leads the FCDO program that helps integrate climate risk management into India's social protection architecture. And we also have Kezia Fernandez, who's from Amazon in the community. And Kezia has over a decade of experience across the corporate and development sectors. And at Amazon, she works on programs and solutions that leverage Amazon's assets and strengths to serve communities in need. And we've been talking a lot today about the role of private sector. And so it'd be great to hear from a corporate perspective a role that they can play in this whole agenda. So Daljit, let's dive straight in. But we're talking about scaling up social protection mechanisms and making them shock responsive. And I know that you have huge experience in this area. So whilst there's been limited uptake on the idea of integrating anticipatory approaches and social protection, can you point us towards some good practice? And first of all, let's look at the financing. So how can governments improve the access and delivery through their existing social security programs, particularly in disaster situations, and where possible, act in advance of the shocks? Daljit.
Thanks, Ben. Before I jump right into answering your question, I just want to put across a few points on the table. Firstly, I think the window to adapt is rapidly closing for most of the communities in the poor localities, poor countries. Secondly, it's not just the government, but also the local communities that require short-term, seasonal, and long-term climate forecasts to help them prepare, cope better during the disaster situation like droughts and floods. And thirdly, we've also heard in the morning and in other panels that relief is no longer the key focus of DRM. Anticipatory action is. Just to kind of answer your question, we recognize that social protection remains the first tool for humanitarian response. But at the moment, for several countries, I know that there is much room for improvement, especially to make the social protection more anticipatory, shock responsive, and inclusive. And this is how we're going to scale the effort, the social protection schemes within countries. We've also got a recent, idea from the COVID, from the pandemic, where social protection was used as a key tool. But we saw that the coverage was too low. The systems were too weak to actually deliver on the COVID response as well. India also used that strategy, using social protection systems which are existing to deliver a COVID response. So I think that challenge is acknowledged, and the fact that we need to build the existing social protection system is established. Again, I think we need to understand that early action planning embedded within the social protection system, also integrating climate vulnerability into the design of social protection system, and engaging the local actors. I mean, we saw the earlier panel talk about how communities can be involved in decision making, can actually play a critical role in strengthening resilience on the ground, I mean, for the local communities. And this is really essential. And I think to consider using social protection to deliver disaster risk financing, we should ensure better coordination, reduce fragmentation, and also close the gap in coverage of social protection programs. We should reach the last mile, the most vulnerable communities, the most poorer households who do not have a voice. So we should ensure that they are brought into the system. Because you asked an example, and we've been delivering, FCDO has been delivering a program with the Government of India. I would like to talk about the program briefly. So Government of UK, through its FCDO, Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, is working with Ministry of Rural Development and is delivering climate resilience on the ground by integrating climate risks into India's largest social protection program called MGNREGS. Now, a lot of people here know what MGNREGS is. It's Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. It's the world's largest public works program. It sits under the Right to Work Act in India. And it basically works around 3 Ws. I mean, works, wages, and workers. When I say wages, it actually provides 100 days of guaranteed wage employment to rural household, whoever demands work. When I talk about works, it actually creates these durable assets that contribute to water resource management and the workers that are employed in the scheme itself. So NREGA actually has a 3-pronged approach, and not just providing livelihood to the people during the lean period, it also creates these assets that actually contribute to their livelihoods by making the ecosystem services improved. So what we do with through our program ICRG, Infrastructure for Climate Resilient Growth, we actually have a 5-principle approach where we bring in inclusiveness. We ensure that each member of the communities are included in the decision making. The planning of NREGA assets, we bring all marginalized households, the tribal households, women, disabled households. All of those are part of the planning process. The second principle is to make it more anticipatory and bring in the early action by ensuring that we integrate climate change information into its design. We not just look at historic data, but we also look at projected seasonal long-term climate data to ensure the planning is carried in that manner. And we also bring in a holistic approach, which is the third principle, where we integrate it with other schemes, converge it with other livelihood programs that are available. So it becomes more holistic and not just one piecemeal sort of an effort or approach to it. The last 2 principles are transparency and accountability, and I think that's really important. We've heard earlier speakers talk about monitoring and tracing the impacts on the ground to actually inform our future actions. So this is exactly what we are doing through the program. I'm doing okay with time. Can I talk a bit more about the challenges that we face?
Sure, let's hear some of the challenges.
Okay. As I said, the existing social protection program is a good conduit to actually deliver DRF, but there are intrinsic challenges that the social protection program faces, and I think it is really important at the moment to make it, to strengthen the existing network rather than just putting money in the existing one and not looking at its challenges or the failures that it has currently. At the moment, what we face in NREGA, it's a beautifully designed scheme. It has also a provision for crisis management because it also gives 50 additional days during a severe drought-like condition. It provisions for 50 additional days. But what happens is these days are not, the drought, when a drought happens, it is not declared in time. So those 50 additional days are not offered to people who need it in time. So what we are trying to do is, like I said, we are trying to integrate climate information into its design. We have a tool called CRISPM. It's a climate resilience information system and planning tool. It has a feature that predicts drought 15 days prior to a drought-like situation coming about. And it can actually give the government as well as the community the prior information to ensure that they can prepare for a drought-like situation better. And while I have data around at the moment how much drought days are used by the communities, but I'm sure it's 4%, which is really less. But I'm sure with the tool and with the early warning system, this will improve and this will kind of be made more useful. So anticipatory aspect of a social protection program can be kicked into. Also, the tool helps in asset planning, especially the natural resource management assets that are designed and built under NREGA can be planned in a way that they respond to a climate scenario in the next 10 years. So a block or a village that is going to face severe drought or flood-like condition can actually design their NRM structures in such a way that it responds to that scenario better. And this is what we are trying to do when we are working with the states as well. There is a monitoring feature in the tool as well, but I'll dwell on the community aspect because I want to talk about the ethos that NREGA also promotes, the top-down and a bottom-up approach, where communities are included in the decision-making process of the plans that NREGA brings about. So our program, the ICRG program, also talks about how community can be involved in decision-making. They are the ones who can decide what structures, what features in NREGA can actually help them prepare better for a disaster-like situation. So we work a lot with communities through our CSO partners, through our community organizers like Gayatri Ji. We also have climate sathis, climate friends within the community who kind of promote this understanding around climate change and kind of build awareness within the community on what action the community can take themselves to ensure their livelihoods are more resilient and safeguarded from disasters.
Thanks, Daljeet. A really good example. And whilst we've recognized that each country, each context will be completely unique, I think there are things about this tool that could well be applied in other contexts as well. So I find that quite exciting to see, how can we exchange this good practice and look to scale up in different countries too. There may be questions, so we'll come back to you, Daljeet. But Kezia, if I can come to you, please. Now, Amazon is a big supporter of the Hak Darshak system that Sakina was talking about earlier, as well as 5,000 other Hak Darshikas. And they're employing this system to take social protection in its entirety to some of the most vulnerable communities. Now, you're a corporate entity interested and engaged in this space of social protection, which is quite unique. So tell us more about why do you do what you do, and what are the possibilities for us replicating this model, do you think?
Sure. Thanks, Ben. So at Amazon, we really care about our staff and we care about the communities in which we operate. And one way we do this is by ensuring that the communities have access to the protection that they are entitled to. And this is something that we do throughout the year. How we see this in our perspective is that today the government of India spends over about $124 billion just on our top social protection schemes. We have over 11,000 schemes spread across the center and the states. And in terms of volumes, India is one of the largest distributor of pension, ration, health insurance, and scholarship schemes. So what this means is that no corporate can do this on their own, or no corporate even comes close if we talk about, say, contributing our CSR funds or supporting in that way. And hence, for us, partnering with government is really key to seeing success and scale. How we do this is we work with organizations that have reach and last mile access to communities on the ground. Haq Darshak is a good example where communities have access to schemes literally at their doorstep, right? We heard from Sakina where going door to door and supporting in an assisted fashion with access to documentation, information about what schemes are available in a simple manner really makes all the difference and gives us that last mile reach that as an organization we prioritize. Even as part of our own disaster relief work today, we are looking at quick deploy models of how do we support communities when there is a disaster in terms of enabling access to entitlements. So when communities are, say they've lost their documentation or, they're rebuilding their lives, what is the kind of models and support we can provide to enable entitlements in those situations as well? And Ben, to your question on how we can make this replicable, right? I think it's ensuring that you really have access and reach at the last mile, because that's where, that's the make or break. Again, like the example with Haq Darshak, who is our partner and we support, having on-ground agents, especially women, and models that are sustainable, where, say, women can earn a small supplementary income, helps them not only earn respect and trust within their communities because they are providing these services, but also within their families because now they are an earning member and they are able to contribute financially. So that's one of the ways I feel that, these kind of models can be replicated.
Thank you both. That's really interesting. I can't see any questions that have come through on Slido as yet, but I do have a question. I mean, I think UNICEF colleagues would agree that we don't want to see lots of individual schemes. We need something more comprehensive. How can we achieve a system, as a social safety net that protects people from shocks that isn't complicated and confusing? So what would your recommendations be? How can we shift from individual schemes and initiatives and ideas to a more comprehensive social protection system, do you think? And yeah, go ahead, Kezia.
I'm not sure what the end solution could be, but a pathway to that is definitely technology. And at the risk of sounding cliched, just for some perspective, right? Today, India has over 1.2 billion mobile phone users, of which over 800 million of these are smartphone users. And smartphone usage has really been fueled by low-cost internet penetration in our country. What that means is today for many communities, information is accessible at their fingertips. But it's not only information access and technology that makes it work on the ground. Yes, we need assisted models, but we also need information that's available to communities in local languages. We had 2 community members here speaking very different languages. We need content that's easy to understand and very self-serve, very DIY, do-it-yourself for communities when they're accessing this information. And I really believe that that is where, as corporates, when we come in, we can probably extend our assets, we can extend our expertise to make these kind of solutions more accessible. So, Ben, I'm not sure what the end solution would really look like, but this could be one pathway to that.
Thanks, Kezia. And I am struck that, if you have an app for something, you can often get away with lots of different levels of bureaucracy and so on. But Dauji, anything to add from your side?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Kazia, but I also think that when we talk about social protection or shock responsive social protection, we add architecture at the end of it. As in, it's not just one scheme or two schemes that can actually deliver something on the ground that can actually make people resilient from disasters or climate change disasters. It's actually a combination of a lot of schemes, a lot of programs, development work. So I think it's an architecture that we need to kind of set up and look at what works and what doesn't work because, I mean, social protection scheme also are different in nature. I mean, some of them are food-based schemes, some of them are conditional cash transfers. I've just talked about the public works scheme. So I think a combination of all of this work together, and the important bit is that we connect to the most marginalized. I mean, this flow of information, this flow of funds reach to the people who matter the most is really important. So if we have the entire chain of, I mean, these blocks that are important to deliver a DRF or to deliver a climate resilience strategy, we need to ensure that all of that, that everybody in that chain works efficiently and is linked.
Thanks, Daljit. So what I'm hearing is that we need a combination. We need the foundational architecture in place, technology to assist, but ultimately the focus has to be on people. And one of my takeaways from today is that we can have as many innovative finance solutions as we like, but if it fails to reach the most marginalized communities, the front line, then there's little point in that innovative finance. We have had one question come through and we have 1 minute left. So for Daljit, do you think there is a need to increase the disaster preparedness budget among the budget allocations for DRR, and how can we achieve this? Any final reflections on that, Daljit?
That's a difficult question for me, but yeah, I think...
Maybe it's to FCDO as a whole.
I think the overall, and I've heard that India has announced increased funding at the Sendai event in New York. I mean, 29 billion, and it's not just doubling the existing amount, but it's tripling the existing amount that India has allocated. So it's a good news for India, for its domestic funds going towards a disaster. But preparedness, I mean, I would say if we are putting money, a lot of money into relief, I think it makes sense to put a lot of money in preparedness as well, because, I mean, we've heard about the saying that precaution is better than cure, and I think if we're better prepared, we do not have to kind of face the losses that we face at the moment. So hopefully that will kind of change the scenario in the future.
Thanks, Daljit, and that's probably a good point to end on. That's the reason why we're all here, is how we can invest in risk reduction and take this work forward together. So I shall hand back over to Hyun-hee.
Thank you so much, Ben, Daljit, and Kezia. Let's give a round of applause for the panelists. Really putting, in terms of system design, putting people at the center. I think that's a nice conclusion. And the second key takeaway is the importance of partnerships. Partnership with development agency, with government and private sector, with government. We can achieve a lot when channeling DRF through social protection systems. So thank you so much. Now I'll invite the next moderator and panelists, Cynthia, Dr. Udrek, Ms. Tilia, and Mr. Vatsa to the stage. And while they come up to the stage, the moderator is Cynthia McCaffrey, UNICEF representative of UNICEF. And formerly, she was a UNICEF representative for China, she led the global program on innovation for UNICEF, as well as a chief of staff for the former executive director, and has a wealth of experience also with the World Bank and the US International Development Agency. So over to you, Cynthia. And now we're going to talk about the cross-country learnings. How do we connect the community and the different partnerships in terms of strengthening national social protection systems for DRR?
Welcome.
Over to you.
Thank you, Hyun-hee, and thank you all. We're very excited to have you all here. We're going to figure out our seats shortly. No introductions for Dr. Udrek, who we know well and we're bringing up for his expertise. Mr. Vatsa, also needs no introduction because we know him well. And Ms. Tali, I'm very glad to have you representing the government of South Africa and a seasoned expert in disaster risk reduction and management and planning for the government of South Africa. So we were going to have some very useful and important insights. Okay, does everybody know where they're sitting? Okay. Excellent. While everyone's getting settled, in 2013, I was in the Philippines following one of their largest cyclones, the impact of Cyclone Haiyan or Yolanda. And there I visited several villages, including one that had lost about 75% of its homes. And I met a 9-year-old boy who said, "Oh, I wish my family was able to get to the school that did withstand the storm. And I wish that there had been more buildings like this where some of my friends would have been able to come. And I wish that there had been more contact and earlier warning to get out of your home in time to get to the school." So Chris, right before the tea time, asked, why are we talking about all these systems? And he said, because we're talking about people and their lives. And so these systems, this financing, reaches boys like that, reaches girls like that, reaches their families to make sure that there are enough storm-resistant buildings, that there is an early warning system to get people out of their homes in time. And so I think that's an extremely important reminder for us to remember why we're talking about this. The second, just picking up on Ben's panel, and thank you for the reminder from both the panelists, Daljit and Kezia, to talk about taking things to scale. That is another important message we want to have, which is it's important that we go to scale, and it's important that we go to scale so that we reach those who are hardest to reach. The Sustainable Development Goals, you can't have a UN person come to a panel and not mention the Sustainable Development Goals, because those are have a mantra behind them that all member states help design and endorse, which is leave no one behind. And so if we reach the hardest to reach, then we are able to make sure that we reach everyone if we can get to them. So with that kind of quick introduction, I want to cut to the experts here quickly, and don't forget that we have Slido and scanning for questions, which we'll be keeping our eye on. We're going to go and start with Indonesia, which in many ways brought us here from the Indonesia, Bali last year and helped set the framework. So if I may, Dr. Udrek, talk about a little bit how it featured and how that came about at the G20 in Bali, the roadmap. What was the vision, and what are some of the successes that you might identify that we build on?
Yeah, thank you very much. So, as you mentioned, so last year we have in G20, and one of the important agenda appear in that activity is about the ASP. So the adaptive social protection in G20 as one of feature is G20 roadmap for a stronger recovery and a resilience built upon the integration of social protection. It is including a shock response social protection, DRR, and climate change adaptations, and builds upon existing capacities. And ASP leverages social protection instruments in preparing against, coping with, and adapting for different shocks, such as disaster risks and the adverse effects of climate change. ASP is considered as one of the roadmap focus area because of its positive impacts and multiplier effect to meet the specific needs on the accelerated recovery in developing countries, including least developed countries and small island development countries. And the collective action of adaptive social protections, there are 4 actions. One is appraising existing social protection system capabilities to support people's resilience to shocks. The second one is investing in the establishment and expansion of social economic registries and associated risk data. And the number three is about improving institutional arrangement and capacity to design and deliver ASP programs. And the last one is promoting the roles of disaster and climate change risk transfer instrument for financing social protection. From here, actually, it is the roadmap from last year. And until now, I think the achievement also in Indonesia is still under construction for the define the target for the achievement for year to year. Actually, there are a lot of activity for the social protection in Indonesia, but I think something that's very important in roadmap is how we can tailor everything and also how we can combine everything due to the financial strategy. That's all.
Thank you for that. I think important messages around the, and not losing that word resilience, building the resilience, building the capacity. Indonesia has very seamlessly handed the baton for the presidency over to India. So, Mr. Vatsa, you're next. And it's great to be in India and be able to talk about this issue. We saw how the government of India really brought together social policy, social protection systems in a disaster and responding to the COVID epidemic. Yeah. So what kinds of things, capacities, financing, lessons, might you talk about how we strengthen that, scale that even further as a model here in India, but also globally?
Social protection programs evolve over a period of time, and in a democracy, there are always pulls and pressures and demands and various kinds of legislation that bring up one social protection program after another. What we did during the COVID was actually a result of an initiative that the present government took when it came into power in 2014. It launched the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, which was one of the biggest programs of financial inclusion. About 462 million accounts, bank accounts were opened for transferring resources. 56% of these accounts belong to women. It was one of the largest initiatives aimed at promoting financial inclusion. And I think that worked extremely well during the COVID-19. That when the government took a decision to push more and more resources directly into the bank accounts, they could ride up on that initiative aimed at promoting financial inclusion. So just one program that was started right before the lockdown, a national lockdown, they pushed about $17 billion worth financial assistance as well as the food assistance. So that was one major initiative. The second initiative was aimed at the farmers, and that again about 80 million farmers were given direct assistance of rupees 6,000 rupees directly into their accounts. And then we also had a huge fiscal stimulus, close to 10% of the GDP, and that was used for economic and livelihoods recovery. So there were several announcements, mega announcements that really put a lot of money and food assistance at the disposal of the people. So it did help in a big way in coping with the adverse impact and consequences of COVID-19. And I think we could come out directly, largely due to the direct transfer. But there are few lessons there. One is this, that mere cash, and many of the previous speakers did mention that just cash transfer is not sufficient. And cash transfer needs to be accompanied with food assistance. When you provide both the cash transfer and food assistance, the impact is greatly reinforced. But food transfer and cash assistance, again, are not sufficient by themselves. It's also very important that you need to provide assistance for livelihoods recovery. So which means that people need to have access to credit, concessional credit. But concessional credit by itself is also not sufficient. What is also very important is that you provide grants and subsidies. So, you have to have a whole range of instruments to make things work. One standalone intervention, however large, it does not really work. So, multiple instruments and applied persistently, that brings about recovery. That's for huge crisis contexts. When it comes to disasters, again, the social protection programs do not work very neatly because disasters are very, they strike a particular community, a particular geography, a particular at a particular time. So sometimes, and Daljit also brought out very clearly that for severe droughts, you have 150 days of the guaranteed work. But if the drought is not declared, these 150 days are not available. So sometimes the social protection programs, due to their nature, due to their scale, do not have the kind of flexibility to address smaller situations. So what is very important is that social protection community and disaster assistance community, they need to come together and they need to discuss these programs and perhaps build that kind of a flexibility into the programs so that they are applicable in disaster situations and really able to help the people the way they need the help. So that's the...
Thank you for that. And I think you're right. We're getting these themes, but I think the more we talk about them, the more we, I hope, start to generate ideas of what different sectors can do. So I hear multi-layered, that it takes a number of layers, but then also this agility, and then as we heard, exactly, community responsive. Each community, as you said, it will be different. So I think these are important messages, and I think all of us to figure out how we put that into policy, guidelines, practice. Ms. Tiali, thank you. You're going to bring it home for us before we open it up to other questions. From your perspective and your experience, which cuts across sectors, what support do countries need in order to make social protection services and the related instruments really become part of a disaster risk management system? And can we accelerate that even, do it sooner or faster? What would it take?
Thank you. Taking cue from India, as he indicated that there are multiple instruments that are required to be used. But as for South Africa, our constitution allows us for people to have a right to access to social security. And it is therefore imperative for countries to ensure that the instruments that are being developed, especially the legal instruments, they take account for long-term social and economic factors, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic regress that countries had to go through. But also it is critical for countries to also prioritize design in terms of implementation of the comprehensive system of social security that was spoken about in the first session. And as it has been indicated in every section that we need to ensure the issue of operationalization and utilization of resources to ensure that are they taken to the communities? And with South Africa, with the social welfare program, it is given to the Department of Social Development, whereby it utilizes the disaster relief fund to ensure it finances procurement of relief of goods, especially during disasters. But also what we have, we've got an implementing agency through the South Africa Social Security Agents that distributes grant to the underprivileged. But because of the magnitude of the people that need to be reached, it becomes overwhelming. And now, through the finance work streams that came before, it was eminent that those partnerships are really critical, especially once the 3 proposed agreement of the roadmap is adopted. It will be really applicable to have those partnerships put in place. And also part of the issues that are critical that arise in terms of disaster management is the promotion of disaster risk reduction through inclusion of vulnerable groups. It has been indicated time and time again that the most vulnerable groups are women and children. And there were areas that were indicated that we can tap into. But it is also critical that the countries share some best practices in terms of how the vulnerable groups were taken into consideration in terms of ensuring that mitigation measures were implemented successfully. And also the partnerships in terms of research to ensure that the impact of the measures that are being implemented are realized by our communities. And also there is a greater need for a child-centered disaster risk reduction approach, because we believe that children can be ambassadors who can assist us in terms of mitigation some of the risks. And taking into consideration of the Sustainable Development Goals, the government of South Africa has a national school nutrition program that is aimed at enhancing the learning capacity of learners by providing healthy meals at schools. And where this program was implemented, it improved punctuality and regular school attendance by the learners that are participating in that program. But also, these are creating positive results. There is still a greater need to ensure that we do the risk assessments to ensure that we look at the areas that are impeding progress in terms of reaching the greater community, but also enhancing capacity building initiatives, because we learned a lot in terms of the focus that was made on issues of early warning and early action. So we need to put that focus to ensure that we build and enhance capacity, especially in the vulnerable areas. This calls also for capacity building initiatives through exchange programs or excursions between the countries, especially to ensure that the behavior within our communities becomes changed, because we still have people in communities who are still building in vulnerable areas, which compromises the risk reduction efforts that we are putting in place. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, if you didn't know that Ms. Tiali and I had just met, you'd think I'd planted that about among the most vulnerable populations are women and children. For UNICEF, we always like to make sure that we make programs reachable, accessible, quality for women and children. So I think that's an important message, again, is really looking at that. But the other part of your message of children can be part of the solution, understanding, knowledge. Women, in India, women had money in their accounts. They went to work. They want livelihoods. Farmers want to go back to work. So it's, you give the potential, you give the opportunity, and people will take it and run with it. The note that was passed was just to keep an eye on the time, because we're going to end a little bit early because we're going to be releasing some lessons learned. So I wanted to ask maybe each of our panelists give 60 seconds. We have an audience here that is a dream audience, right? It cuts across sectors, expertise. It's not just those who are looking at disasters, but it's looking at social protection, social policy. We have the private sector, we have CSOs. If you could give them one message that you want them to take home and put in their trip report, what would it be?
Maybe 90 seconds. Social protection should not be just about surviving, subsistence, coping. That was 1980s, when a whole lot of people were pursuing structural adjustment policies and a structural adjustment, and social protection was very much part of the solution. Social protection, safety nets, these are the things that were talked about. Social protection is about poverty alleviation. Social protection is about empowerment. Social protection is about bringing people out of that risk and poverty nexus. So it should be looked at little differently today. So there are 4 essential things that we must pursue when we are looking at social protection. First, financial inclusion, extremely important. Credit, savings, insurance, all the 3. People must have access to them. The second part is focus on assets and livelihoods. You must be able to, you must provide the kind of assistance that helps people rebuild their assets and livelihoods. And the third part is rebuilding the social capital. The networks, social networks that generate trust. And the women speakers who were here, they spoke about that trust-based social capital. And fourth, very important, women's participation. That lends a totally different color to all the social protection efforts. In doing all this, what is also very important is your delivery mechanism, efficiency of delivery mechanism. And that is why an intervention like direct benefit transfer or unique identification number, Aadhaar, which we call, they become extremely important because they help us transfer the resources directly and more efficiently, more transparently. So these are some of the things that we must keep in mind. Thank you.
Very helpful. Dr. Utrecht.
Okay, for me, again, the same things that I would like to give comment is social protection is about the livelihood. And if we would like to give a protection, to give a support, so it is for the enabling. So we are an enabler, not to make them waiting, just get something that from us, but make them do something that they can continue their livelihood. And the last one is how we can support them to learn from the experience, so we can support them to be resilient. Thank you.
Excellent. Ms. Tiali.
Okay, thank you. Taking into consideration of priority 1 of the Sendai framework with regards to understanding risk, it is critical to go back to the basics, go out to our communities to ensure that we relate the information. And how do we do that? Because the fact that our communities' behaviors in terms of risk is still not changed. How do we change the perception of our communities to ensure that they don't settle in vulnerable areas? So my message is that we go back to finding ways on how we enhance understanding risk in our communities. Thank you.
Great, wonderful. We did get one question, but I think we're out of time. I'm going to read the question just so our panelists can think about it, and maybe in the chat as we come off the stage, they can be prepared to answer it. social protection programs delivered during disasters often withdraw after a certain period. So how do we ensure that those interventions, those programs, have a long-term recovery and resilience, which I think we've been talking about most of the day. So how do we do that? Two summaries here is I think social protection is empowering and enabling, but that takes all sectors. And I think that we don't want to lose this point that you made about behavior change, and that takes all of us working to make sure that we communicate with communities so that they understand and that they know how to protect themselves and each other. With that, I would just like to say thank you, and a big thank you from the audience to our panelists for the last panel.
Thank you so much, Cynthia and panel members. I think it just shows the importance of putting social protection at the heart of any DRM disaster risk financing strategies, as well as climate financing. And with that, we want to continue the cross-learning. As you've seen, the experiences and the lessons shared by the government from Indonesia, India, Brazil, and South Africa were very rich. So we have put together a compendium of case studies for G20 Disaster Risk Working Group. And this includes international case studies, not only from these countries, but also includes Brazil, as well as from Africa and Middle East. It also includes a few some-national experiences from India, including those from Maharashtra. And we'd like to thank partners such as CARE, Caritas, IIED, GIZ, as well as UVA for sharing their case studies with UNICEF, as well as knowledge partners WFP Sphere India and FCDO and KFW are knowledge partners for the whole journey. So I would like to invite the panel members, please stay, Mr. Kishore to join the stage, as well as Mr. Ratnu from NIDM to join the stage. We'd also like to invite the Brazil delegate, if you're in the room, to join us up on stage. And all of the panel members from the previous session, Ben, Daljit, Kezi.
Thank you very much. We've had a long day, very wide-ranging discussions on different aspects of financing disaster risk reduction. Before I hand it over to my colleagues who will provide you logistical information on what comes next today, I think it would be appropriate to give you a quick summary. Please indulge me for 3 minutes of what we discussed today. At different levels, good data, disaggregated data, data disaggregated by different social classes and so on. So I think that is really a basis. The second point is that came up again and again was the issue of capacity and capability. It is very clear that while we need more money, it is not enough. In order for us to be able to deliver good programs that deliver risk reduction benefits, it is important that we invest in capacities, capabilities, operational mechanisms to deliver disaster risk reduction programs. The third point is the partnership between community, local government, subnational government, and national governments. It really is not up to just national government or up to the local government. There were many examples. We heard the example from the National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, where it's a combination of top-down and bottom-up. We had an excellent example from China talking about community-level warehouses. So it is really important that we have that partnership. The fourth point is a tricky one. How do we measure outcomes of our investments in risk reduction? When it comes to high frequency, moderate impact events, you can actually see the benefits in terms of loss reduction. But if you're investing in reducing the risk of losses from low frequency, high impact events, how do you credibly measure the outcome and show it to continue to make a case? If you don't have a system of measuring outcomes, then it is very difficult to continue to make a public policy case for investment in risk reduction. I think somebody, probably our colleague from Australia, used this word, we don't have an endless bucket of resources. So resources are always limited, so we have to really make a case for efficiency and a credible way of building, of measuring outcomes. The fifth point which came throughout the day, is that when we talk about risk reduction, there are a huge variety of needs, from restoring capital assets to meeting the needs of primary producers, resilient homes, resilient infrastructure. These needs are, there's a large variety across sectors, but also different social groups. We had a very compelling presentation on gender responsive disaster risk reduction. So how do we make sure that our programs and approaches cater to these variety of needs and respond to these? The sixth point is, which is about building back better, predictable mechanisms of financing so that financing of Build Back Better happens quickly. If you don't do it quickly, you are most likely going to go down the wrong route of rebuilding risk. There was again a reminder from Australia, I think, saying that one needs to see why Build Back Better does not happen. Everyone knows that we need to build back better, but why is it not happening where it is not happening? That's the sixth point. The seventh point is on governance arrangements. A lot of the times risk reduction needs to be backed by legal frameworks. There is a need to undertake independent review of all the different streams of funding that is available and look at how effective they are. The eighth point is about collaboration between financiers of disaster risk reduction and the broader finance people and the insurance people. So insurance has to be nested in a broader financial framework. So that came through very clearly. We cannot look at it in isolation. We saw different layers of risk and how different instruments have to be mobilized for that. The ninth point is, somebody said in a different context, but I'm going to use it here, the future is green. The way climate change adaptation community has been able to mobilize funding for mitigation, climate change mitigation, we ought to be able to do that for disaster risk reduction if we are able to create a credible market for that. If it becomes attractive for investors, investors will come in and invest in it. The 10th point is we had a very interesting example, I think, from Argentina on looking at combined systems of financing disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. Very interesting how we can bring these things together. The 11th point is something which came up again and again about coming up with a shared language across sectors, across different areas of practice to have a common understanding of what is it that we're trying to achieve. There was a discussion on taxonomy earlier just before lunch. And the final point, which is the last session, social protection. The social protection systems really have to be responsive to risk. They should be combined with some predictive capability. The example of provision for additional social protection measures in times of drought not kicking in because drought has not been declared is a very poignant one, that you have a mechanism available, but a predictive capability is not there for that to kick in. And I think in the context of social protection, I will paraphrase Dr. Krishnawats, that it's not just about surviving, it's about thriving. Thank you very much. With that, this side event is over. We will try to feed all of this, have a more coherent, complete report of this event, which can be circulated and inform our discussions in the working group in this meeting as well as subsequent meetings. With that, I hand over to Colonel KP Singh for logistical announcement for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. While I am in the process of telling you what happens now and how do we go about doing it, I'll request you to start packing up, please, so that we don't waste time. We are already 1.5 minutes late. So coming to the meat of it, we have a heritage walk, visit to the control room of BMC, followed by dinner at a cultural program at Gateway of India and gala dinner at Taj Mahal, Mumbai. How do we go about doing it? There are 4 buses which are already lined up at the exit gate 19 within the premises. There are 2 sets of buses, one for another event which is happening, so don't get confused. Our buses are within the premises at the exit of gate number 19. There are 4 buses. We will have the groups divided into 40, 40, 40, that is total 120 people. First 40 will become first group, second 40 will become second group, third 40 will become third group. So as you keep reaching the location, please start boarding the buses and don't wait for any further instructions. From here, we will move at sharp 5 p.m. That is 1700 hours. Just give me a minute. These 3 buses will go to a common location. They will park at 3 different locations. All of you will get down, do the tour and come back to these buses wherever they have left you. The liaison officers will be along with you. Once you are back into the buses after the visit, they take you to Gateway of India where the cultural program is there. Once the cultural program finishes, we go for dinner, which is a walking distance 50 meters away from where the cultural program is. And then you will be further guided inside the Taj Mahal hotel. So my request to you is we now have 12 minutes. So please start moving. Thank you everyone. Thank you very much.